Yanji continent was the main huge continent surrounded by many other large fragments. Even though some of them are called fragments, some of them still require close to 2 months to completely fly past. One could only imagine how huge they were. So, the black disk flew above a fragment. It sure is huge. Luo Feng stood in the control room and gazed at the vast endless continent. Below, it's just a fragment, and yet I can't see the end of it. Luo Feng, according to the marker on the map, the main continent is named Number 1. We are currently flying over Number 9, and its largest diameter is about 900 billion kilometers. The path we are taking right now is near 700 billion km mark. Even if we maintain a speed of 290,000 kilometers per second, it'd still take us a month to pass this area. Babata's voice resounded within the control room. Luo Feng nodded. Actually, while in Shattered Stars, Luo Feng's team had always flown about at light speed within a few days' distance. However, this continent number 9 required a month to completely fly through. It was suitable to be a battlefield for warriors. An undying-led army. Hehe. This is the Dark Scarlet race. This is the first time I've seen one. It's as cute as those in my inherited memories, just from its appearance. It's hard to imagine that they are truly terrifying. An official level undying. While flying above Continent 9, through his scanning device, Luo Feng could clearly see the many teams around his 1 billion kilometers area. As he guessed, this Continent 9, even though it was just a fragment, it was huge and had many warriors hidden within. The many teams of other race warriors, their levels were clearly much stronger than Shattered Stars. At least the Undyings were frequently seen. Luo Feng was dazzled by it. After a while, he didn't bother to check up on every team, only ordering, "Babata, you'll be in charge of the scanning device. Let me know if anything happens." He returned to his resting quarters. That room was made of F9 alloys. Of course it was one from His Majesty Meng Wei Na. After countless years of battle, after flying for half a month over Continent 9, in the resting quarters, Luo Feng sat cross-legged. Luo Feng, Babata shouted out urgently from within. "What's up?" Luo Feng asked. "Hurry and come to the control room," Babata said. "You are purposely hiding something." Luo Feng smiled and walked out towards to control room. The external simulator was on within the control room. Luo Feng looked down and was shocked. "Babata, why have you stopped the ship? We plan to enter the main continent, but why are you stopping in the air above Continent 9? Hehe." Babata laughed weirdly. Wang. A screen appeared before Luo Feng, and on it was a human image. He was dressed in a dark green armor with pointy ears, and his eyes were gleaming with red light like a venomous snake. The image gave others a chill. Nuo Lanshan. Luo Feng was shocked. "Babata, why are you showing me his picture? Don't tell me." Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. "Hehe. Congratulations, you've guessed right," Babata said proudly. "You've really found him." Luo Feng was shocked. Even now he still didn't dare to believe it. How huge was the outer region wars. Even though he flew through the large areas and scanned everything, it was still just a small portion of the entire battlefield. And he actually found Nuo Lanshan. This was fate. The ship was flying in the air above Continent 9 with the scanning device turned on. Even though there were few human teams, there was nothing special. Just now, however, it suddenly discovered Nuo Lanshan, and I immediately recognized the signal. Hence I stopped the ship back then in order to get the Treasures of Earth, he used many underhanded tactics, you and your family almost died at his hands, Babata said, and now to be able to meet him here. According to what the Earthlings say, it's divine intervention. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Nuo Lanshan, back then, he had sent a star-level team to Earth to use force to threaten Earth, during which many humans had died, and he forced the elites of Earth out of their bases, and destroying the many bases as threats. Luckily, Luo Feng became the leader of Earth at the right time and used the Black Dragon Mountain laws to force him away. The Nuo Lanshan family was dissatisfied and secretly sent a special elite team to swiftly capture all of Earth's leaders along with Luo Feng's wife Su Xian and his brother Luo Hua as hostages. His many tactics failed. He even sent 2 universe-level warriors over, of which one died and another became Luo Feng's sole slave. Finally, because of the incident in the world within a world, Luo Feng had gotten a powerful warrior to kill Nuo Lanshan. He, however, had fled in fear and come straight to the outer region wars. Many things happened back to back, if even one of them had gotten messed up. If Luo Feng had become the Earth's leader later, Earth would have been reduced to nothing with countless killed or injured. If Luo Feng hadn't successfully saved his family, they would have probably died tragically. Nuo Lanshan Luo Feng was filled with killing intent. We haven't met in over 4,000 years, I wonder how strong you've gotten. Babata Luo Feng ordered, scanned where Nuo Lanshan is, and project it. Yes. A screen appeared immediately in mid-air and it displayed a shocking battle. Seen on one side was humans with 2 undyings, around 200 sector lords, close to 2,000 domain lords, and close to 20,000 universe levels. The other side was the demon race led by 1 demon undying. It was a completely scaled undying with 4 thick hooves. It had a layer of thin armor over its body and 2 malevolent heads, one of which had gold eyes and another had silver. This powerful demon undying was fighting against and suppressing the 2 human undyings. Simultaneously, the sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels of the demon race ranging in the thousands had all sorts of appearances. The smallest was at 10 m long while the largest reached 32 kilometers with thousands of them. Their power completely suppressed the human side. Among the close to 200 sector lords on the human side, there was 1 human silhouette, Nuo Lanshan. Sector Lord, Level 3. Luo Feng gazed down from the control room, however he could only see mist and not the battle scene itself, after which he looked up through the projection and mocked. They had sent a distress signal straight to him. Distress signals were sent to all surrounding allies within an area of 10 billion km. Luo Feng realized his distance from the battle wasn't even 100 million km. However, as his scanning device was advanced, it had blocked off any other party from scanning him, hence they couldn't detect him. However, the human side had the army system which informed them of when any allies were close by. Luo Feng, an undying from the battle below, is requesting a call, Babata said. Accept it. Luo Feng nodded. Send it to my ARM quantum computer. The screen displayed a white-robed man who had an urgent expression. Ally, please help us. My scanners cannot detect you, but the army system has detected your marker. You should be stronger than us, and with us 2 undyings, we should be able to deal with the demon undying. Please come and help us. We can barely hold on. The weaker universe, domain lord, and sector lords are all crumbling and fleeing in all directions. The sector lords may be able to flee But the universe and domain lord levels have very low chances. We are all humans, please help. Luo Feng nodded. Pa, he closed to call. That Nuo Lan Shan sure is crafty. Luo Feng looked at the situation of the battle at Sector Lord level 3, he naturally won't deal with the Sector Lord. Pinnacle Warriors himself, naturally the other Sector Lords will help him. Looks like his relations with the others are not bad. If this goes on, he may escape and many universe and domain lord levels may die. Luo Feng shook his head. A black armor swiftly extended through his body, a black helmet covered his head and boots covered his feet simultaneously, a peculiar half a meter wide stone board appeared beneath his feet, and an exquisite gold beast god shield about 2 m tall appeared in his hand. The golden horned beast doesn't require the beast god armament, I'll let the human body use it. Luo Feng thought. Luo Fu Chi board and beast god armament. This was the setup he was going to use to battle here. Rumble. The cabin door opened and he swiftly flew out. He rushed down. High in the air above the mountain range, the humans and demons clashed. One could see huge ancient statues within the mountain ranges. These were left behind by the original natives of the Yanji continent back then. However, over the trillions of years, the natives were no longer there. Even though the statues had some peculiar energies, most were completely destroyed. Second brother, we cannot hold on much longer. Nuo Lan Shan said urgently. We are about to fall, get ready to flee. Fifth brother, you hurry and leave. Fifth brother, you are only Sector Lord level 3, if you meet any Sector Lord Pinnacle you will definitely die. Many of the universe and domain lord levels have dispersed, hurry and flee, we have to give you all enough time. Second brother, you all. Nuo Lan Shan was anxious. Go on. We won't die. Amidst the massacre, Nuo Lan Shan gave off a pained expression, but thought within, this is already the 63rd time fleeing in the outer region wars. One truly meets life or death comrades here. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to survive till now. It's a pity, over 1,000 years of relationship may just end like that. As Nuo Lan Shan was preparing to flee, a powerful energy descended from above. Hell. A howl resounded throughout the land and skies. A huge beautiful bird-like silhouette rushed down and shocked both sides. The beautiful terrifying huge bird silhouette rushed down. It was a black armored silhouette with a gold shield. Luo Fu Chi board. Luo Fu Chi board, there's hope. The two human undyings were gleeful. The malevolent two-headed demon undying, however, held. The Luo Fu Chi board was a renowned flying weapon. It was naturally formed and made special. From a glance it was almost like a bird, especially with its naturally formed mysterious engraving of a bird. The moment it had fully melded with its owner, triggering it fully would produce the silhouette of a bird, causing one's speed to rise greatly. The price of the board was only about 1-2 million mixed elements, but as it was naturally formed, it was extremely rare and hard to buy. Even very few official level undyings had one. Having a Luo Fu Chi board alone was a display of status. Shu Fan, we can win. The copper-armored undying was burning with flames as he communicated excitedly. Haha, we may flip the tables. The seemingly weak man was surrounded with water droplets as he smiled. How the demon undying was extremely cautious too. Even though it was attacking the two human undyings, it was ready to flee the moment anything bad happened. however in that instant. What a joke, both Undyings stared wide-eyed. Sector Lord. How could it be a Sector Lord? Hal the demon Undying was incredibly excited. Their energy detection was incredibly precise, instantly sensing that the black armored man rushing down was a Sector Lord even though his energy was off the charts. Even though he stood on a Luo Fu Chi board, it couldn't change the fact that this black armored man was still only a Sector Lord. How can it be a Sector Lord? The two Undyings were about to crumble. They thought their savior had come, yet it was just a Sector Lord. Luo Feng stood on the board and rushed down after looking at the malevolent two-headed demon Undying. Naturally, he was very clear about what type of demon this was. Time-space nightmare, one of the 18 royal bloodlines of the demon race. At maturity, it would naturally reach domain lord level. One head had a silver eye and the other had a gold. The gold eye could affect space, while the silver could affect time. The moment both eyes used its strength simultaneously, it would have a strong control of both space and time, combined with a law domain. It could amplify its strength by many times. And this beast below should be considered the shame of the time-space nightmare Undyings. As a royal bloodline proficient in time and space, this particular beast had very low achievements in both time and space. Any stronger beast would easily reach official level, simply relying on its natural talents, and yet this one only reached pinnacle general level. It was indeed a shame to the bloodline. Otherwise, a royal bloodline family was actually used to lead an army on the battlefield, and not given a Undying underlings. Time-space nightmare, even though it's far from the Hui Sua beast's time stop, and far from the golden horned beast's natural ability to strengthen its population, is still much more than both the space beasts. Luo Feng thought. Within the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts are much more valuable than the 18 bloodlines of the royal demon bloodlines. However, similarly, the chances of them becoming Undyings are much easier than the space beasts. Time-space talent had different levels. Space binding was a talent too, but its effect was pitiful. Time flow change was a talent too. Normally it could speed or slow down time. Its amplitude was very minimal. Teleportation was a talent too. Its effects were heavenly. There were some life forms that were able to teleport from birth. Time stop was just as heavenly. The weaker races all had their heroes too. The strong ones would have their weaker warriors. Time-space nightmare die. Luo Feng rushed down and instantly triggered the gold shield in his hand. Large amounts of rhombus-shaped metal plates flaked off, each with complex engravings as they instantly interweaved with countless gold threads. A total of 999 flakes shot out as countless threads weaved through. Connecting to the universe laws, it almost instantly formed a huge large beast. God projection in mid-air, the 999 flakes vanished from sight and the beast God projection became clear, every scale on it visible. 4 thick legs with claws, a long scaled tail, 1 horn that pierced that skies. The powerful energy that dominated the universe, even though it seemed weak at this moment, it still made others shudder. What's this? This. The two human Undyings were shocked. Even the demon Undying stared wide-eyed at the image. As for the humans and demon sector lords, they all simply went limp in mid-air, falling from the skies and flopping on the ground. All of them were filled with fear. Just the pressure alone made them crumble. Beast God armament first form. Beast God descends. The black-armored Luo Feng stood on the Luo Fu Chi board and gazed down at the time-space nightmare. How the beast below howled and rushed into the sky, simultaneously using both malevolent eyes to shoot out beams of light. The powerful law domain was affected by the time-space control, and its power rose greatly, immediately. Rushing towards the seemingly small and weak black-armored sector lord. Humph. Luo Feng gazed below. Rumble. The surrounding space warped, and a huge grassland appeared. The powerful world projection immediately clashed with the law domain. Rumble, the two clashed, and the law domain was pushed back, finally closing in until it was only 100 kilometers around the beast itself. This made the beast give off a look of disbelief. How could his law domain be pushed back by world projection? Beast God descends with sky-tearing claw, Luo Feng thought. The powerful beast god projection let out a howl as it tore through space. This howl seemed to come from an ancient time itself, and as it flew, it rushed downwards and got incredibly close to the beast, after which it unleashed its malevolent claw. Tear. This blurry claw instantly tore through one of the beast's heads that was biting at him, tearing through the thin layer of armor. Red and blue spewed in all directions as its head was torn apart. The claw didn't seem to weaken at all as it followed through and slashed straight through the beast's torso. How the beast's other head let out an enraged howl as countless fragments of its body became undying energy and began to reform. Tear. The terrifying claw of the beast god, along with countless gold leaves, swiftly spread through tens of thousands of km in area, wrapping around the heavily injured and fleeing time-space nightmare. Countless gold leaves madly wrapped around it, and in the blink of an eye, nothing was left of the beast at all. It had fallen. Dying under my strongest beast god presence and technique, you should be honored. The black-armored Luo Feng waved his hand, and the undying star eating plant swiftly shrank and entered his shoulder. Back then Shi Luo Duo had left 4 great manuals behind. Beast God Armament, Beast God Howl, Beast God Transformation, and Beast God Run, of which Luo Feng most frequently used the Beast God Armament. The Beast God Armament had 6 levels, matching the 7 forms of the Nan Shen 7 forms 6 levels. Luo Feng had finished the first scaled form after studying more. He also learnt the Beast God descends. One had to know that when Luo Feng spent 900 years in Primal Chaos City, his Beast God presence was already at the level of passing the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge as he focused even more on it for another 300 years. It allowed him to reach the point of the 17th level. And the Beast God Armament was a frequently used weapon by the knights. A good spirit weapon had very strong amplification effects with the Beast God Armament. His power naturally soared. It became extremely easy for him to unleash the sky-tearing claw, almost as proficient as when the golden-horned beast used it. Its power was close to an emperor level. Undying. Close to emperor level. Spirit energy amplitude was over 3,200. Sector Lord Pinnacle Spirit Energy. This made it so that when Luo Feng unleashed this move, it would have power akin to an official level. Undying. After including his world projection, he could easily suppress the space-time nightmare's strong law domain. The moment he hit the body, victory was a given. Flee. Flee. The thousands of demons howled and shouted in all languages, dispersing in all directions. The human sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels that were originally losing worked together and swiftly killed as many as they could. The 2 human undyings naturally didn't lower themselves to go chase them, smiling as they walked towards Luo Feng. Thank you, brother, the copper-armored Undying walked over. Thanks for the help. The weak-looking Undying carefully examined Luo Feng, saying, he is boy and I'm Shu Fan, we are both generals, we believe that you are a majesty from one of the 5 Leviathans. The black-armored Luo Feng, with helmet and boots, descended, the beast god armament in his hand, and the Luo Fu Chi board beneath his feet entered his internal world. Hua. The black-armored moved and his helmet vanished, revealing a short-haired youth. Second brother, third brother on the other side, Nuo Lan Shan, gathered excitedly. With the 2 other Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors, we don't have to separate anymore, it's safe. Haha, fifth brother, we should thank that powerful warrior then. That warrior sure is powerful, he should be Sector Lord level, yet he easily killed that demon race Undying, and the gold leaves should be an Undying plant. Nuo Lan Shan nodded as he heard, thinking within, a Sector Lord easily killing a demon Undying, that's powerful, that's a true absolute genius, who knows what his background is. If I can get close to him, then Luo Feng wouldn't be a threat anymore. Nuo Lan Shan's fear of Luo Feng drove him to the outer region wars. Look, that warrior is revealing his face. Hee, looks like he's no ordinary person. The second and third brothers' eyes gleamed. Many Sector Lords, Domain Lords, and Universe levels all looked over. Nuo Lan Shan turned to the usual high and mighty 2 Undyings seemed humble as they welcomed the black-armored man and chatted with him. The warrior revealed his face, even though he had changed his appearance slightly, as this person was the reason behind his coming to the outer region wars for 4,000 over years. How could the hate-filled Nuo Lan Shan not recognize this face? He Nuo Lan Shan looked at the distant, black-armored man, his eyes staring wide, almost like they were about to pop out. Luo Feng, it's really Luo Feng. Nuo Lan Shan's brain was just crumbling from this. He knew that over 4,000 years ago, that if he stayed in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, with Luo Feng's improvement, speed, the distance between him and Luo Feng would only get closer within the human territories. After all, he did get the huge axe award for universe level. He had madness in his bones. Hence he gritted his teeth and headed into the outer region wars to gamble. Along the way, he had 2 very dangerous situations. In the outer region wars, he risked his life over and over. He quickly broke through to Domain Lord level when he arrived, however, a Domain Lord level 1. Here was just cannon fodder. He continued to struggle, overcoming situations over and over until he finally reached Sector Lord level. How many years has it been, and what did he fight for? Because he was afraid of Luo Feng, hence he kept improving himself. However, now Luo Feng actually appeared before him, and he had the strength to kill a Pinnacle Undying general. How did he get so strong? Why is he so strong? Didn't he just join the genius competition over 4,000 years ago, and he was only star level 9 then? It's only been 4,000 years, and now he's a Sector Lord Pinnacle. Even a Sector Lord Pinnacle shouldn't be able to kill a Pinnacle Undying general. It's over. It's over. His mind was in a mess. He felt helpless. The 2 Undyings of this army, Shu Fan and Boy, had introduced themselves. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. I'm called Yang. Yang, the 2 remembered this name. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng naturally had formed many connections with others, those closer to him like Taiwa, Demon Lady, and comrades in life or death. He would ask them To call him Madman, the main thing was to remain anonymous. Actually, the name Madman was one he used even back on Earth. This nickname was commonly seen. Out of 10 soldiers, there would probably be one with that name. Luo Feng wasn't afraid of revealing his identity through it. As for Xu Fan and Boy etc., they were bound to be just passing acquaintances. Just a quick name for them to call. He had grown up in one of the 8 great cities back in Jiangnan base Yangzhou City, hence he chose the name Yang. Yang. The commotion from the battle earlier was huge. There will be many other powerful warriors rushing over. We had better leave quickly, Xu Fan said. Come with us, Boy said. Luo Feng nodded. All right. Haha, the 2 Undyings immediately laughed. What a joke to be able to kill a pinnacle general Undying at Sector Lord level. It showed that his law comprehension level was at least an official level pinnacle for such a being. When he became Undying, he would almost definitely become an emperor. Keeping close to such a being was such an honor. Gather, Boy ordered and waved his hand. A huge silver disc ship with about 300 m in diameter appeared, while the middle portion opened, revealing a huge pathway. Gather. Gather, the other Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors ordered. Hurry on to the ship and we'll leave immediately. Yes. The incredibly excited universe levels, domain lords, Sector Lord soldiers flew from all directions, all flying into the ship. The pathway allowed up to 1,000 at a time. Fifth brother, what are you thinking about? The furry face, tall and sturdy Sector Lord, dragged Nuo Lan Shan. Hurry into the ship. Nuo Lan Shan awoke. He couldn't help but look into the distance. There stood Luo Feng, who glanced over, and the 2 of them made eye contact, causing Nuo Lan Shan to feel as though the beast god pressure had landed on him again. He shuddered. Coming, Nuo Lan Shan followed the others into the ship. This 300 m diameter disc-shaped ship's middle portion had a diameter of 200 m and there were 3 cabins within. These 3 rooms all had a diameter of 200 m each and easily housed close to 20,000 soldiers, of which Nuo Lan Shan was within the middle cabin. He sat in the corner and held his head. Calm down, I have to stay calm, he howled within, as he couldn't hold it in. Luo Feng's appearance today had caused all hopes he had for the past 4,000 years to instantly crumble. He struggled between life and death for over 4,000 years because of that fear. This was specifically for the chance to take revenge on Luo Feng. Phew. Phew. Breathe. Nuo Lan Shan took deep breaths, perspiration beading from his forehead as he gradually calmed down. Over 4,000 years, he actually reached such a level, and his strength is so terrifying. He's definitely heavily respected within the virtual universe. Company. Nuo Lan Shan thought. With his position, he naturally didn't know much about Luo Feng's position in the company. Then, my chances of revenge are 0, he thought. Using the other races to take revenge is also not possible. First, the moment they see a human they will kill me immediately. Secondly, they won't even believe me. Third, if I work with the other races, I'll be killed immediately. Fourth, even if they know there's a genius here, there are many human geniuses, why would they want to kill Luo Feng? Lastly, if I leave the army, Luo Feng will take the chance to kill me. I'd have no chance to report at all. In all, using the other races to take revenge had a success rate of under 0.000000001. This was close to 0, and the cost would be his own life. I don't want to sacrifice my life. Then I'll have to think of a way to survive. Nuo Lanshan pondered, suddenly. His eyes gleamed right. The army has its rules in the outer region wars. Allies cannot kill each other. Anybody who does so will be deemed a traitor and will be executed. That means as long as I stay within the army, with countless people around me, Luo Feng cannot kill me. And if I leave the army and go on my own, he'll probably have his methods to get an automaton puppet etc. to easily kill me, and if a puppet kills me even if the system sees it, it cannot determine it's him. Right. This is what I will do then. Nuo Lanshan nodded, making up his mind within he would stay with this army. Under the two undyings, at least if Luo Feng did do anything to kill him. Here the army would be able to determine his guilt easily, and he would be executed. I don't believe he would sacrifice his life to kill me. Nuo Lanshan smiled. Fifth brother, that mysterious sector lord warrior, before sure was powerful. He must have a huge background to have an undying plant and such strength. Right, he sure was powerful. Nuo Lanshan smiled and nodded. Within the ship's control room, Boy and Shu Fan, the two undying generals, were using a banquet to welcome Luo Feng. Young, if it weren't for you this time, we two brothers may have fallen this dead. We will always remember. Come, try, this is the Yihua wine exchanged from the camp. Even though it's not very expensive, it has a unique flavor. Shu Fan lifted his glass. Luo Feng did so too, and took a sip. The wine dripped down his throat and became a shimmering light, making his entire body comfortable. Not bad. Luo Feng nodded. To meet you in such a time of crises, haha, we are blessed. Boy laughed loudly. Since we are all allies, I naturally should help if I can, Luo Feng said. As for helping, one of the reason was because they were human allies, and most importantly, his target was Nuo Lanshan. Luo Feng hated him to the bone right now. He had entered this team, then dealing with Nuo Lanshan would be much easier, as every action of Nuo Lanshan could be easily monitored by him. He was terrified earlier, now he seems to have calmed down. Haha, looks like he realized that I cannot do anything to him in the army. Right, within the team, I am unable to make my move. Attacking allies is a serious offense. However, you will still die. Luo Feng naturally joined the team with a guarantee of being able to kill Nuo Lanshan without any consequences. If you leave the army and go alone, I'll have ways to kill you. If you stay within the army, the moment the army clashes with other races amidst the chaos, I'll naturally find a way to kill you. Luo Feng was incredibly relaxed. Whether Nuo Lanshan stayed in the army or left in fear, he would still die. Nuo Lanshan still thought that the army would be safe, because he didn't know a warrior as powerful as Luo Feng would be able to find ways to kill him, no matter what. Shu Fan, boy. Luo Feng smiled. I want to ask. Speak. The two undyings spoke simultaneously. Luo Feng smiled. I just came to Yanji continent, and this continent here should be one of the larger fragments, right? The space map says this is continent number 9, Shu Fan smiled. Actually, there are many other races here on this continent over the countless years. They've already had their own names for these fragments. This one fragment is called Island. Island. Luo Feng was shocked. A continent larger than the sun by many times was called an island. Right, other than the main continent, the other fragments are normally called islands. The one we are over right now is Fog Island. Shu Fan smiled. The Main continent has many powerful warriors, many official-level undyings, even Emperor-level undyings, hence it's extremely dangerous. Those that know they are not strong enough mostly stay on these islands. This Fog Island is a larger island with many other races, however the undyings here are mostly at general level. There are about 12 official-level undyings here, maybe a little more in all. We've confirmed 12 of them, and these 12 are considered the top power on Fog Island. There are at least 12 official-level undyings. Luo Feng put down his wine. I really haven't fought an official-level undying yet since coming to the Outer Region Wars. Yang, you have to be cautious, otherwise it's really easy to die. The undying General Shu Fan emphasized, a pinnacle general, compared to an official. Even though it may seem like a small difference, however the difference in ability is terrifying, up to tens of thousands of times different. Just in terms of strength, the two may have very little difference. The only difference, however, is the undying body. The moment one attains an undying body, the difficulty to beat him will go up tens of thousands of times. Like Boy and I, our strength is very close to an official. However, if we self-destruct, we can completely destroy an official-level undying. However, he would still be able to regain his body without any damage. If our self-destruct cannot even harm the enemy, what's the point of battle if we meet an official? There's only one word: flee. The undying general shook his head and sighed. With an undying body, even if we destroy that body thousands of times, he would be undamaged. Only with an undying body would one truly be eternal, otherwise even an undying is just cannon fodder. Luo Feng frowned. Normally there were only two ways to kill an undying with an undying body. One was to destroy his soul, another was to simply use brute force, but both of these options had huge requirements, like the mission Luo Feng was assigned to by the Virtual Universe Company, killing an official-level undying. They naturally sent a team led by an Emperor-level undying, and it still took a few rounds of battle before the undying was killed. Let's not talk about such matters, Yang. The General Boy's voice was thick as he said anxiously, you just came to Fog Island. If you don't have a destination in mind, how about you follow us brothers first? Right, Shu Fan said. Beside sticking to us brothers, you can get used to the battle atmosphere here in Yanji continent. The two of them looked with anticipation at Luo Feng. Then I'll be bothering you too. Luo Feng smiled. Sticking to this team would allow him to deal with Nuo Lanshan, naturally. This was his best option. The more important reason was his battle plan. Luo Feng would be here on Yanji continent for a very long time. As to exploring such dangerous places, it was better to acquire some experience first and collect information about the place. After flying in the ship for over a day, they entered a mountain range. The clouds engulfed the area. This was the reason the area was called Fog Island, as over 1/3 of the island was covered all year in thick fog. We've returned. Haha, we've survived. And we got quite a bit of points this time. It's all thanks to the sudden appearance of the mysterious sector Lord Warrior. Nuo Lanshan followed the other soldiers through a path and entered the camp. Within the mountain range, its insides had long been dug clean to fit a large base. Since Luo Feng joined the army, it seems like he really wants me dead. Nuo Lanshan glanced at the three silhouettes walking together in the distance, cursing within. Just wait, I'll just stay in the army. Let's see what you can do to me. If you kill me, that would be a huge crime and you'd have to pay the consequences. Yang, Shu Fan, and Boy sent Luo Feng into a quiet palace. You can stay here. For now, we'll give you detailed information about Fog Island when we get back, and whatever we understand about the place, we will send to you. We will rest for about 15 days before heading out on another expedition. After a while, Luo Feng received information via the virtual universe network. There was very little information about Yanji main continent, but there was much available about the Fog Island. Detailed information about the 12 officials of Fog Island. Luo Feng sat and looked at the information on his arm, every one of their pictures and information was displayed. Demon race, nickname Will Snake. Luo Feng looked at his picture and shook his head. This is one of the 18 royal bloodlines of the demon race. The Will Octi Snake looks like a lot of the human undyings have very little understanding on how to deal with the other races. Belongs to the Bug clan, nickname Boulder. The information sure is lacking. This Boulder, he should be one of the races living far on the borders of the universe. He should belong to the rock life form Kawu race. Automaton allies, nicknamed Blade Flash. Nickname Black Mist. Nickname Nightmare. Luo Feng looked at the information of the official level undyings, among which the demon race had 3, the automaton race had 2, the Bug clan had 4. And humans had 3, of course. Large amounts them were of the 4 pinnacle races allies. After all, the subservient races were far from the pinnacle races. However, once the numbers added up, they would be much more than the pinnacle race undyings. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. The General Shu Fan and Boy led their armies in the ship and flew carefully above Fog Island, looking for their target. This time, however, they were very confident because Luo Feng was on the ship too. Luo Feng, Shu Fan, and Boy stood in the control room. We've discovered our target. Shu Fan pulled up his screen and projected it. It was a blur of large amounts of scaled beings, the Qiushi soldiers. From a glance, there were over 10,000 of them. These little scaled beings are very ferocious. Even normal domain lords and sector lords can explode and reform. From the looks of it, their scanning device isn't as advanced as ours. They have 2 undyings, and these 2 are not from the 12 officials list. They should be at general level. Should we attack? Shu Fan looked at Boy and Luo Feng. Yes. Boy gritted his teeth. Yang, Shu Fan looked at Luo Feng. I came here to get points. Luo Feng smiled. Let's do it. All right. Shu Fan immediately gave the order to the 3 cabins below. Listen well. The battle will begin in about 4 minutes. The targets are the disgusting scaled beings. Nuo Lan Shan looked at the pictures of the scaled beings, looking up. Just some ugly scaled beings. Everybody better get more points later. Yes, Captain. Understood. The domain lords and universe levels all replied excitedly. Luo Feng, I will always stay within the army. Let's see what you can do to me. In a while, I'll get more points. Nuo Lan Shan was feeling the itch, and he suddenly heard a rumble. The cabin doors had opened and a powerful roar rang in his mind. Listen to my order. Battle. Hua. The vast army of close to 20,000 soldiers swiftly flew through the spacious cabin pathways. Nuo Lan Shan was naturally amongst them. Rumble, a distant terrifying ripple rushed over, causing the space around to tear apart. The ripple shocked everybody. The battle's already begun. Nuo Lan Shan glanced at the distance. In mid-air, there were 3 humans. One of them was completely covered in flames, one in ice-cold energy, and one more with the aura of a huge bird, simultaneously controlling a terrifying huge beast god projection. They fought against two undyings. One of them was extremely powerful, and every punch tore through space, and another with 9 blades. Howl, the countless ugly scaled beings rushed over at them. Kill, the human soldiers all became over 10,000 beams of lights and fought. It's time to get points. Nuo Lan Shan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He, who had acquired the universe-level huge axe medal, before enjoyed killing. Within he flashed as fast as lightning at 2 Qiushi warriors. They were both Domain Lord level 9 warriors. They howled and tried to surround Nuo Lan Shan. Committing suicide, Nuo Lan Shan released his world projection and suppressed them, after which 2 delicate cicada wing-like flashes of blade lit up. They flashed in 8 directions. The 2 Qiushi warriors were instantly torn to shreds. It made the distant Sector Lord level 9 Qiushi warrior howl and rush over, causing Nuo Lan Shan to retreat. Fifth brother, be careful. Leave that punk to us. The relationships forged over countless years had made the Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors naturally come help out. This scene made Nuo Lan Shan happy within, even though he was independent of the army already. He didn't like exploring alone, mainly because the army always had others to help him out. Of course, at Sector Lord level 3, he normally needed other Sector Lords to help. It would take very long for him to reach Sector Lord level 9. Pucci die. He once again killed the surrounding Domain Lord level 9 enemies, flashing back immediately to join with the other humans to kill others within. This life or death training, he was like a fish in water. He enjoyed it deep in his bones. Thrilling, Nuo Lan Shan killed excitedly. Ah, this Luo Feng actually didn't take out his undying plant. Nuo Lan Shan glanced at the distance, discovering that Luo Feng had fought a few rounds with one of the scaled undyings. Even though the enemy was heavily injured, he hadn't won completely yet. If he takes out his undying plant, he would definitely win. Without it would be much harder. Nuo Lan Shan turned back to continue his massacre, rushing straight at a group of weak soldiers, making the Sector Lord level 9 Qiushi warriors rush over angrily. At this time, rumble. A powerful flash of a blade tore through thousands of km, directly piercing through the area Nuo Lan Shan was in. Ah, he was instantly pierced through by the slash, his entire body exploding to pieces. Before he died, he stared wide-eyed, raging within. Luo Feng. The slash had torn through many of the little Qiushi warriors surrounding him. They died tragically. And in the distant air, Luo Feng, who was engaged with the undying with the 9 blades, noticed this scene in the corner of his eye, snorting coldly before continuing to battle. I don't believe I can't kill you without the undying plant, Luo Feng roared. Fifth brother. Fifth brother. Captain, the distant universe soldiers who witnessed the scene all shouted. In pain and agony, Nuo Lan Shan had been a good comrade over these countless years. Bastard. Despicable punks, go and die. The pain-filled soldiers all attacked even more madly at the Qiushi scaled warriors. They only thought that he was killed by a ripple of attack from the undying battle. These ripples normally don't kill Sector Lord. However, even a Sector Lord Pinnacle would die without doubt when hit by one of the blade slashes, much less the Sector Lord level 3. Nuo Lan Shan. Kill. The human soldiers rushed at the enemies. The enemies did the same back at them. It was war. Nuo Lanshan's death was indeed within Luo Feng's calculations. The Qiushi Undying fighting Luo Feng was a spirit reader too. He controlled 9 blades, while Luo Feng was blocking his attacks, and the two fought. The Qishi's blade clashed with the beast god's claws. The blade's attack was knocked sidewards, and its slash naturally curved the beast god projection. Simply altered its angle and aimed it at a particular direction Luo Feng had intended on. The beast god projection's claw blocked and altered the attack's angle. Even the harsh and extremely strict army system wouldn't be able to determine Luo Feng as the culprit. He was after all simply blocking an attack. Just like that, Nuo Lanshan was dead. He thought that the army would be extremely safe for him. He didn't know that there would be loopholes in the system, hence he died unknown in the battlefield amongst the countless members that had fallen. Back then I was forced by Nuo Lanshan to such extremes, almost like it was the end. I felt like he was such a huge presence back then, unable to shake. Now however, after 4,000 years of training, his strength had risen so much. Yet he was still nothing but an ant to me. There was no difficulty in killing him at all, just like stepping on an ant. Luo Feng thought, strength, this is strength. The Outer Region Wars is life or death training. This training is most importantly to raise one's strength and not to head out to kill aimlessly over and over. One has to reflect on each battle over and over to acquire more experience. Luo Feng got a strong sense of anticipation after accomplishing his goal of killing Nuo Lanshan, becoming an absolute warrior. A true warrior with the ability to protect himself, unshaken by any other powerful warriors. Go Luo Feng stood on the Luo Fuqi board and looked at the distant Qiushi Undying howl, a formless hell from an ancient time, a powerful beast god projection that rushed forward, completely suppressing the surrounding space, pushing down on the poor enemy. It could only use its 9 blades to block and defend. Tear. Its powerful claws immediately hit the 9 blades that were used to defend, after which, the terrifying energy tore right through its body. Rumble, its body was torn apart and knocked away. The shredded body quickly began to regain its form in space as the enraged Qiushi Undying looked at the distant Luo Feng. He let out an ear-piercing scream. In human language, human sector lord, I don't believe I can't kill you. The 9 blades quickly became 9 beams of light and pierced at Luo Feng. Phew! The beast god's projection used its scaled tail to sweep away 7 beams of light, with 2 remaining. You are after all just a sector lord. Your body cannot withstand my attack. The Qiushi Undying gritted his teeth. Rumble. Luo Feng wielded the beast god armament shield, casually blocking with the beast god armament. It gave him the strength of a low-level official Undying. Plus its material itself easily knocked away the 2 blades. So hard to kill, a pinnacle general Undying sure is hard to kill. I've already shredded his body 7 times, however he manages to regain his form over and over. However, from the looks of it, he's lost quite a bit of strength. Luo Feng frowned. Simply using the beast god armament without the Undying star-eating plant sure is hard. Rumble. A howl resounded from another direction. The other scaled Undying had fallen. Yang. The distant Xu Fan and boy looked over at Luo Feng. Xu Fan couldn't help but tell him mentally, these scaled beings are energy life forms. They are more adept than flesh and blood life forms in regaining their form, even those without an undying body. As long as they aren't too weak, they'd still take Tens of times to be destroyed before they truly die young, with the undying plant helping first destroy him and then let the plant swallow his shredded body, completely swallowing his shredded body will naturally kill him. This is the quickest method. I understand, Luo Feng replied. I want to use him to train myself, please. Wait a while. The distant Xu Fan and boy exchanged glances, not daring to say anything. Immediately heading to the army, to swiftly deal with the little enemies. Quickly flee. Flee. Hell. The Qiushi soldiers all shouted in different languages, dispersing in all directions. The human soldiers naturally took the chance to kill as many as they could. The remaining Qiushi undying immediately revealed a look of shock. The two human undyings are coming, the moment they join hands with this sector lord. I'd be dead, I have to flee now. He couldn't care less anymore, immediately turning to flee. Where are you going? Luo Feng's gaze was cold. Rumble. His world projection swiftly increased its binding strength with it there. The Qiushi undying's flying speed was naturally affected. Luo Feng's, however, was boosted and he swiftly caught up. Human, don't force me. The undying turned and shouted angrily, its screech piercing. Self-destruct. Luo Feng smiled coldly. The huge single-horned lizard in space rushed down and pressed down its right and left claws, grabbing the Qiushi undying. It was just like a piece of tofu, madly torn apart by the huge beast god projection over and over. However, it simply regained its form every time, but each time the body was reformed, it did take up a lot of its undying energy. It didn't have an undying body after all. It would lose a large amount of its undying energy every time it was torn apart. And it couldn't escape. Attacked over and over. The undying held and wanted to rush at Luo Feng, wanting to self-destruct to take him along with is, however, it was once again torn apart by the beast god projection. It felt nothing but pain and hatred. He wanted to self-destruct, and yet it couldn't even get close. It was forced into a corner with no other way. Its spirit attacks before had no effect whatsoever, and it failed in attacking him with its long-distance spirit weapons. Now its self-destruct abilities were hindered by the distance. Being torn apart over and over drove him to the brink of madness. Tearing me again, you shall be torn too. Rumble. The undying was being torn apart again when it self-destructed. Rumble. The explosion instantly caused thousands of km of space around to crumble. The Pinnacle General Undying's explosion was thousands of times its normal attack. This was an Undying's final move. Luo Feng's beast god projection instantly crumbled under the attack with large amounts of metal flakes dispersing in all directions, after which they all curved and returned to Luo Feng and rejoined the beast god shield. Killing a Pinnacle General Undying sure is troublesome. Luo Feng shook his head. So. The distant Xu Fan and boy flew over. Haha, congratulations Yang. Xu Fan smiled, to be able to kill a Pinnacle General Undying alone. This is not easy at all, even as we have to combine our strengths to do so. You must combine strengths. Luo Feng looked at them. Xu Fan nodded. 1v1 with the strengths closely matched, it's extremely hard to kill a Pinnacle General. Even if he's torn apart, he can reform his body. Even though it would take up undying energy, however, normal generals can maintain their energy to reform at least 10 times. This isn't a problem. Especially when he ultimately feels like he cannot hold out any longer with no chance to escape and no allies coming in time. he can choose to self-destruct. At the last moment 1v1, if he self-destructs at close distance, the victor would lose his life too. Hence, normally we work together. With the two of us, the moment we gain the advantage and destroy his body, we can immediately use undying energy to bind the shattered fragments, not letting him swiftly reform, and separating the pieces as these fragments have powerful undying energy within. They will struggle very hard. It takes two of us with our full strengths to control them and destroy each part individually. These fragments would then be separated into two portions. One man will deal with the fragments and continuously destroy them, making those parts get weaker and weaker, wasting the enemy's undying energy, and under such circumstances, he wouldn't be able to self-destruct too. Finally, when all undying energy has been spent, he would die. If it was one person alone, one would first separate the fragments and suppress the fragments himself. Unless he was very strong, it would be very hard to do. Unless one attacks from a distance like Yu Yang, you don't have to fear the self-destruct. Xu Fan smiled. Luo Feng nodded. When he killed the Undyings before, he used the star-eating plant to help him. Naturally, it was much easier. Xu Fan, boy, I think it's time I left, Luo Feng said. Leave? The two generals were shocked. Right now, the two of them really wished for Luo Feng to stay in their team. However, they were very clear the chances of him staying for long was very, very low. Haha, you two are my first friends here in Yanji continent. We will definitely meet again. Luo Feng smiled. I have my own plan, hence we all have our own goals. We won't force Yu Yang. Live till retirement, Boy said. Live till retirement, Xu Fan said too. Same, live till retirement, Luo Feng smiled. Rumble. After which he became a beam of light and swiftly vanished into the distance. Luo Feng sat in his ship and flew above Fog Island. He had just forced the Qiu Sure Undying to self-destruct. It however made Luo Feng realize that he didn't have the power to cleanly kill just one pinnacle general Undying. He was much weaker than he thought. Train, I have to strengthen myself. I'll first train on Fog Island, and when I'm the strongest here, I'll head to the main continent, Luo Feng decided. Babata, that mountain range. So Luo Feng kept his ship and sneaked alone into the mountain range. It had a huge cave within that seemed like it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Some large team had probably used it a long time ago. From today on, this will be my base. Luo Feng raised his hand. Star-eating plant, fill up every hole and cave in this mountain except for mine. The gold star-eating plant immediately landed within the cave and followed his orders, swelling up to a huge size. One had to know that this plant had the ability to grow to the size of a sun, hence, filling up this entire cave was simply too easy. Countless leaves spread open and the entire cave became a sea of leaves. Heavily layered protection. The scanning device had a diameter of 1 billion km. It also had a super scanning area of 10,000 kilometers. Luo Feng's device was after all one of the top-end devices. It could maintain a huge area and specialized area simultaneously. Naturally, its small area was more advanced. Other than that, there was also the star-eating plant's protection. At least while I train, I don't want to be ambushed. The scanning device is, after all, just a device. There will be errors, but with the star-eating plant it'll be much safer. Luo Feng immediately set up base. This would be where he would stay for long. His training program thus began according to the survival experiences he Found from the Virtual Universe Network, along with his own experiences, Luo Feng had his own rules in regards his training and survival in the outer region wars. After every hunt and battle, he would return to reflect for 10 days to half a month if short, the longest stretching for 3 to 5 months. One had to know that the Undyings mostly moved in 2s or even 3s. Yet, Luo Feng hunted alone. Simply using the beast god armament was very taxing, hence, he was occasionally surrounded and had to unleash his blade work to battle. Luo Feng's strength using the beast god armament was only around low official level, but the main thing was the basics of a sector lord pinnacle world. Energy was too weak and his official level strength wasn't at an undying body level yet, accurately speaking, it was only slightly stronger than a pinnacle general undying. Using close combat, however, he had the strength of a high-level official as he could use the soldier armor, which amplified his strength to 1,000 times. Sector Lord, his foundation was much more powerful, that plus his close to Emperor-level beast god presence, his blade work was naturally at a high level. Official amount of power. The moment he used his blade work, the other race warriors would immediately begin to flee. Even if Luo Feng used his undying star-eating plant, he would normally only be able to catch and kill one. Time passed, any surviving warrior in the outer region wars had usually been around for thousands to tens of thousands of years. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since Luo Feng came to Fog Island. 100 years. Luo Feng had gone hunting hundreds of times. When he first began, he simply relied on the star-eating plant when he couldn't succeed alone to kill his enemies. He had killed quite a few Undyings, then however gradually, his reputation spread and the strong warriors on Fog Island shared that information about him. They all knew of a human sector lord with an undying star-eating plant. Despicable human, actually relying on an undying star-eating plant. He actually has an undying plant. Bastard. Even my senior, an official level undying, doesn't have an undying plant. The other 11 officials have never owned a plant before. That plant is simply too hard to deal with countless leaves. The moment they wrap about and swallow, there's no place to flee. It's worse than dealing with an official level undying. In the past, the Undyings of Fog Island would move about in 2s or 3s. However, with the news of the star-eating sector lord spreading, with him even being recognized by the 12 officials of Fog Island, they all regarded him as the 13th most powerful being. Hence, the many Undyings of Fog Island began to form alliances. They were moving in 2 teams, with 4 to 5 Undyings in one team, or even 6 or 7 at a go. That way, even if they met Luo Feng, they had the strength to suppress him. The moment he unleashed the star-eating plant or blade work, they could all choose to sacrifice 5 of their undying bodies to self-destruct the plant and shake his world projection, binding before fleeing. Hence, Luo Feng's point accumulation gradually decreased. He had sighed back then. The Undyings, none of them are stupid. Without an undying plant before, they all moved about in 2s or 3s, but now with my appearance here, they've immediately become 4 or 5, even 6 or 7. Moving together. And when they realize things are going south, they self-destruct 5 of their undying energy to escape together, all maintaining close to light speed. I can't even catch up. It makes it extremely hard for me to kill an undying. Luckily, my aim right now is to train myself. The contribution points are Secondary, the more undyings there are the better it is to train myself. Every battle was a life or death training experience the other races would easily lose their lives if they got careless, hence they would give their all, making Luo Feng gain more from each battle. Of course over these 100 years, Luo Feng did meet some danger. There were 3 times so far that he had come across extremely dangerous situations, of which 2 times, he was surrounded while chasing an undying actually even. Though it was traps set by those undyings, Luo Feng naturally had discovered them long ago. However, in order to train himself, he still rushed straight in. Such mad killing, using all his strength to survive, made him have extra benefits. Even though the 2 times were dangerous, his earth body still survived. The 3rd time, however, was the most dangerous within these 100 years. That time, Luo Feng had locked onto a team that had 4 undyings. Luo Feng didn't even consider them a challenge and sneaked in, suddenly attacking and destroying the living ship. The battle began instantly. The large amounts of sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels fled in all directions. Luo Feng began a mad battle with the 4 undyings. At this time, one of the fleeing sector lords suddenly had a huge bug clan mother nest appear beside him. A blur of sector lord pinnacle bug soldiers accompanied the nest for a total of 300,000 sector lord pinnacle soldiers. Just one combined attack caused his earth body to have no way to escape. He even gave up on using the undying star-eating plant. He didn't want the plant to be killed by the blast. Back then, he did one thing. He grabbed the 2m tall 1m wide gold shield to block the attack. Rumble. The combined attack of 300,000 sector lord pinnacle bug soldiers hit the beast god armament shield. This was indeed a weapon used by knights. The attack naturally didn't even damage the shield, but it was instantly knocked far away. The powerful force of the attack, however, instantly shattered the soldier armored Luo Feng's body behind it. The shield had already diffused 99 of the attack. However, with his body 3 times stronger than a normal sector lord's, he was still instantly shattered by the force. Even his internal core, formed by world energy, not the main core, was instantly shattered. His earth body died. In the instant he died, the Masha body transformed to the earth body's appearance. The shattered body and soldier armor, etc., were all kept in his world ring. The Masha body grabbed the world ring and wielded the shield. As he was knocked back, he used the force of the attack to flee. So. He later took the UNMO planet ship and swiftly fled. While he fled, his scanning device helped him realize that the other race, undyings and soldiers, etc., were underlings of the bug clan queen. She hid herself in one sector lord slave's internal world, normally staying hidden within. Even the bug clan queen was shocked that the combined attack of 300,000 sector lord pinnacle bug warriors, which had the power to heavily injure an emperor level undying, didn't even kill one human. He actually didn't die. Hurry and flee, the queen ordered. Flee. Luo Feng did so too. Even if he could win, if he fought on against the queen, the cost wouldn't be small. Other than that one time with the bug clan queen, other times were okay. Actually, the undyings would adapt according to the situations in the outer region wars. If it was very dangerous, they would team up. If it was pretty safe, they could explore alone. In all, the level of danger Luo Feng encountered was pretty normal. One extremely dangerous incident in 100 years, it wouldn't be easy to survived tens of thousands of years. Within another area of the mountain range, where Luo Feng had his base, 3 beast-head human body men and women sat in alloy chairs. It was obvious. These were demon race puppets. Bu Xiaye is dead. It's that star-eating sector lord. How can our luck be this bad? Over these 60 years, we've met him 3 times. That's simply unlucky. During these 3 times, the first 2 times we managed to survive. The 3rd time, however, he got rid of Bu Xiaye, that star-eating sector lord's improvement is too fast. He was much more powerful than the first 2 times. He's improving too fast. If we meet him again, I'm afraid the 3 demon undyings went silent. The atmosphere within the palace was very subdued. There were 13 terrifying beings on Fog Island, 12 official-level undyings, and 1 star-eating sector lord. They had a saying: they'd rather face an official than the star-eating sector lord. And yet they bumped into him 3 times in 60 years. It was just unlucky. In another portion of this mountain range, there lay Luo Feng's training grounds. Haha, the effects of my 1,200 years of study in Primal Chaos City are growing. So much more from the fighting and killing. Luo Feng walked out of his palace and stretched, rubbing the star-eating leaf that extended over, smiling. Demon undyings, your base is only 120 million kilometers away from here. It's always under my observation. I've been extremely benevolent to only attack you 3 times in 60 years. If I make some progress with my blade work, it would be too simple to just go kill the 3 demon undyings. There'd be no challenge. Naturally, I wouldn't be able to fully test my blade work. Luo Feng's eyes were excited even though his rewards from his 1,200 years of study in Primal Chaos City were huge. However, law comprehension was simply just theory. Theory was very important. Usage was just as important. And the techniques that were used to attack and defend, like the 4 absolute manuals of Shi Luo Duo, were most suitable for himself, as Luo Feng trained in the Beast God Path too. These 4 manuals suited him well, hence he had already reached a very high level of using the Beast God armament. However, his Earth Body and Gold-Horned Beast were strongest at close combat. His Earth Body, because of the soldier armor, was naturally strongest when using blade skills, but Shi Luo Duo's manuals had no such techniques as for the Golden Horned Beast's close combat. None of its techniques were made with the concept of the Beast God Path too. Hence, Luo Feng had to create his own. Back then, the illusionary 7 blades that I learned had long reached the creator's level. However, the 7 blades themselves have no limit. Theoretically, they are simply 7 techniques: Dutchman's Pipe, Pensive, Burial, Nightmare, Regret, End of the World. These 7 techniques had 7 different pathways. However, they could be further studied from my many battles these 100 years. The experience I got from killing the other races, the practical experience, has allowed me to constantly put the Beast God presence into these 7 blades, making them stronger. Over the 100 years, I've finally made some progress with these 7 techniques. The new 7 absolute blade techniques are much more powerful, even though they still aren't as powerful as Shi Luo Duo's creations. Luo Feng's new blade techniques were very powerful, however, compared to Shi Luo Duo's absolute manuals. Luo Feng only dared to call them mild progress. Of course, this mild progress was only in comparison to Shi Luo Duo. Who was he? He was the greatest being in history of the entire Gold Horn race, a true absolute power of the universe. Star-eating plant. Luo Feng smiled and raised his hand. The undying plant swiftly shrank from all the caves of the fragment into a little plant that entered his shoulder. Let's head out to test my blade. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he flew out. He took a black disk ship and flew at sub-light speed over Fog Island. Luo Feng, there's a team by that mountain range. There are 4 undyings. Too weak, he stood in the control room and gazed at the vast Fog Island fog. Engulfed the entire area, he could barely see the mountain ranges along with the statues that were scarred from the trillions of years of battle. After a while, Luo Feng, there is a team of 6 undyings, 920 million km away. Just 6, it's still not enough. It's best to get an official level undying. Batting with 1, Luo Feng shook his head. It's been 100 years since I came to Fog Island, and yet I've never bumped into an official level undying. Babata's voice resounded in the control room. Fog Island is incredibly vast. There are only 12 known officials. How could it be so easy to bump into them? After a while, this team is not bad. There are 8 undyings. Barely enough to test my blade. However, let's look for something stronger. Luo Feng replied. Babata, continue the search. After a while, wow, 990 million kilometers away, there are 12 undyings, gathered together 12 undyings. Luo Feng, isn't this too much? Babata was hesitant. You couldn't even withstand the fight against 8 of them back then, and you've never encountered so many before. Even though you've improved a lot, this time let's look for 10 undyings. 12. Luo Feng looked at the details on his ARM quantum computer. Ah! Looking at the group of undyings, his eyes gleamed. These 12 undyings were split into 3 races: the Eternal Dragon race, the Kawu race, and the Starlight race. The Eternal Dragon race was a flesh and blood life form. They were about 6'8" m tall, and were bloodthirsty and renowned. Its head was somewhat like an alligator, and it had 4 thick limbs and a scaled tail along with a black shell on its back. Kawu race, this was a rock life form, which was 15-20 m tall. From a glance, it looked like it was completely made of alloy, and it had all sorts of appearances. It could look like humans or demons, however it was mainly a rock life form. Starlight race, they were an energy life form. It was a peculiar life form that could take all forms. It wasn't affected by soul attacks. It was similar to the Masha clansman. Of course, it didn't have its heavenly cloning ability. However, the moment it reached undying, the Starlight clan became very powerful, and its energy crystal within would meld with its undying body. Because of its natural talent, its regeneration ability was incredible, even more so than the Chiosher race. It would probably take destroying its body hundreds of times to kill a normal undying from the Starlight race. These 3 were all on the Bug clan side. Amongst these 12 undyings, 8 of them were from the Eternal Dragon race, 3 from the Kawu, and 1 from the Starlight. My blade will be tested on them. Luo Feng's eyes burned with spirit. Yes, Babata replied loudly. Rumble. The disk ship flew swiftly towards the mountain range. About 1 hour later, the ship finally reached the mountain range with Luo Feng's scanning device. It was obvious that the team didn't even detect him. Getting close to them, the 12 undyings still stayed gathered together, discussing battles, allies, law comprehension, and so on. Star-eating sector lord, the 16 m tall Kawu undying raged. You are overestimating him. He only has such strength because of that undying plant life form. Without it, how many undyings can he kill compared to the 12 Officials, he's far from them. Long Sua, an eternal race undying, said solemnly beside, we all know his true strength is a lot lower than the officials. However, even an official level undying would normally find it extremely hard to kill a normal undying. Alone that star-eating sector lord, however, can rely on his plant to trap his target. In terms of threat level, the star-eating sector lord is higher, but 100 years ago, when he hadn't even come to Fog Island, the undyings all moved in pairs and threes. Now, however, they all move in fives or sixes. Why is this? It's all because of that star-eating sector lord. Will you not admit to that? Humph. Long Sua snorted angrily. His luck is just good if he meets a true official level undying. Against their undying body and strong attacks, he will definitely die. Suddenly, rumble. The side of the mountain immediately blew open with countless amounts of rubble flying about, almost like the entire sky was crashing down on them. Rubble flooded the palace, making the 12 undyings enraged. They all released their powerful law domains, be it fire, lightning, etc., to knock away all the rocks, burning them or freezing them. Once the dust settled, a silhouette appeared. He was covered in a black armor from head to toe, and was wielding a six-edged shield with a blade on his back. Pa, pa, pa. He slowly walked forward, and his boots smashing the rubble below. As he got closer, his silhouette became visible. He stared coldly at the 12 powerful undyings, and the 12 of them all saw his face clearly. Star-eating sector lord. Star-eating sector lord. The 12 undyings all felt pressure, as his reputation was renowned, having spread all over Fog Island, which undying wouldn't know of the star-eating sector lord. Star-eating sector lord, the most beautiful of the 12, with colorful star like long hair and crystal-like skin, a lady 6 m tall, from the starlight race, looked at Luo Feng. We don't want to be your enemies, but with the 12 of us combined, we are not afraid of you too. Please leave. We wish you to leave. One eternal dragon undying said hoarsely. Luo Feng stepped on the rubble, looking at the messy palace, his gaze sweeping past the 12 of them as he smiled. What a joke! Wouldn't soldiers from different camps fight the moment they meet? Yet, you are actually asking me to leave. Haha, I'm here to kill you all. If you are afraid, just flee now. Bastard. Despicable human. Would 12 undyings fear you? The 12 undyings were all angered undyings, were all prideful creatures. They may bow before the strong warriors, but that didn't mean they would take humiliation. Cut the crap. Luo Feng immediately grabbed his blade from his back. Hua. He drew it out of its scabbard. The blade and the six-edged shield were both weapons he ordered in primal Chaos City. As his strength grew, the level 5 weapons would break easily in a fight with undyings. Hence, he ordered weapons made from materials used to make Emperor-level weapons, spending 6 million points. Other race warriors, died. Luo Feng shouted. Savage human. Star-eating sector lord, the 12 of us don't believe that we can't kill you. Kill. Kill. The 12 undyings were raging in an instant. 6 eternal dragon race members simultaneously unleashed their undying energy to use soul attacks. When 6 soul attacks instantly passed the soldier armor, its special material had already diffused over 99 of the attack, and the remainder hit his core within. The inner pearl had a little sleeping beast god that wrapped about it. Rumble. The soul attacks hit directly on the beast god. How the beast god opened its eyes and roared. These ripples completely diffusing the attacks. This was one of the 4 Shi Luo Duo Absolute Manuals, Soul Defense Beast God. Hell. Back then, Luo Feng's Void Pagoda was used purely for defense, and it was considered passive defense. The Beast God Hell had formed a Beast God that defended the soul passively. It also allowed it to release an attack that could disperse all attacks. This was the active side, but its defensive abilities were shocking. It was obviously a lot more powerful than the Void Pagoda. The cave is collapsing. The Undyings are clashing. The large amount of Eternal Dragon Sector Lords, Domain Lords, and Universe levels all rushed out as fast as they could from the caves, becoming tens of thousands of lights. It looked almost like a meteor shower in space, after which they all stood in space and gazed millions of km away. Rumble. Rumble. Terrifying energy ripples could be felt even millions of km away. Who would dare to attack 12 Undyings at the same time? No idea. The ones capable of doing so in Fog Island would probably only be from the top 13 tyrants, and even those 13, any one of them against 12 Undyings could probably survive, but he'd be disadvantaged too. No one is that stupid. Who knows? We can just watch. They are really going at it there. If we get hit by the ripples, we'd definitely die. The tens of thousands of soldiers were like a blur of locusts, floating in space and chatting, but not daring to head over a million km away. At Luo Feng's level, one dash of movement alone covered a distance of tens of thousands of km. Hence, for a planet like Earth, it wasn't suitable for an Undying level battle. The moment they unleashed some strength, the entire planet would be destroyed. Only the universe secret regions or special places in space could be considered a good battleground. Hell, kill him, kill that arrogant and despicable human, the sturdy Ka Wu. Undying wielded 2 large hammers. He emanated a powerful lightning aura around him, with lightning surrounding the area. This was a Thunder Undying. Soul attacks are useless. We'll use our weapons to attack instead. An Eternal Dragon Undying emanated icy cold energy. The surrounding hundreds of km became like an ice god country. Suppress his world projection. Together, the 12 Undyings all released their law domains simultaneously. Their simultaneous release of the 12 law domains clashed against Luo Feng's world projection. The vast grassland, however, pushed back their domains. This completely stunned the 12 Undyings. They had long heard of his terrifying world projection, where normal Undying law domains would instantly collapse with the 12 of them working together. However, they didn't expect to only be able to withstand the pressure without collapsing, but they were still unable to force him back. Rumble, a large lightning hammer, was swung at Luo Feng, almost like an asteroid crashing down. Xiao, a colorful beam of light, slashed at Luo Feng. Hua, a huge blade, slashed through the space at Luo Feng. 12 Undying surrounding and attacking him. Haha, Luo Feng's eyes were glowing with spirit even though he was the smallest in size, with his world projection pressuring the 12 Undyings. His basic movement has long exceeded the creator of the illusionary techniques. His shield was also filled with strength, and his blade easily withstood the 6 combined attacks. Clang. Clang. The surrounding space instantly crumbled. Luo Feng's clash with the 12 Undyings left the particles floating around madly. They began to fight amidst the shattered fragments of space, and some of the fragments even had some land and ground within them. However, these were instantly shattered from the Ripples of the battle, he did have to admit, though, that the 12 Undyings were working well together, unleashing their attacks in perfect combination. Against Luo Feng. Qi Luo Feng defended against 8 Undyings, combined attacks, his blade slashed through the space, as a blurred beast god image appeared and dispersed. Again. The soldier armor, however, wasn't able to completely defuse the attack. Normally, any attack below the strength of 1000 sector lords would completely be diffused, however the moment it exceeded that, the soldier armor would diffuse most of it. The 8 Undyings, combined attacks, had far exceeded that limit. Even if a small part of the attack got through, it was enough to shake Luo Feng hard enough to cause him to spit out blood. Luo Feng, battling 12 Undyings is definitely above your limit, Babata said nervously. 12 Undyings, sure, is hard, haha. 10 years ago, I had to flee against 8 Undyings, yet now I'm able to match 12 Undyings. Luo Feng spit out blood. His gaze, however, was growing more excited. However, it's still far from my limits. He's injured. Hurry and kill him. Don't give him the chance to recover. The 12 Undyings roared, and all of them rushed at him. I've tried the first 6 moves, let's try the strongest one. Luo Feng became a blur. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 Luo Fengs appeared in space. They were exactly like the real body, moving nimbly about in an arc. This was the result of his many years of study in Primal Chaos City. According to the linear universe, the Primal Chaos City left and Beast God runs from Shi Luo Duo, along with the strike travel from his inherited memories. His movement technique had made some progress that his Earth body could use. The moment he unleashed this movement, he instantly dodged the attacks of the 8 Undyings. Haha, let's kill one. Luo Feng wielded his blood shadow blade and gazed at the huge human-shaped Ka Wu Undying. That sturdy Undying waved his 2 lightning hammers. Hua! A beautifully terrifying flash of a blade that stretched over 1,000 kilometers. Flashed, along with it was a huge beast god projection. The edge of the blade was almost like a howling beast god, slashing with its claws the entire beast god projection was incredibly clear and visible, melding perfectly as one with the blade. His strongest move of the 7 new blade techniques was burial. Even though all 7 moves had been infused with the beast god presence, burial was still his strongest. After all, he had spent the most time and effort on it. Chi. The blade instantly slashed at the huge thunder hammer. It slashed right through the metal and lopped off the Ka Wu Undying's head, following which, it went down the Undying's body down to his waist, while his body was instantly slashed in 2, and during that instant, the blade began to swallow and vibrate at the same time. Countless blade energies shot out and tore through his insides, causing his body to be shredded from within, becoming countless rocks. Dai Luo Feng tossed out a little gold plant that swiftly grew. Countless gold leaves extended out. It was the undying star-eating plant that made all of the warriors on Fog Island shudder in fear. Stop him. Forget it. Despicable. The other Undyings didn't expect that even under their combined attacks, the Star-Eating Sector Lord was still able to use his terrifying movement to completely cause a powerful Ka Wu Undying to be shredded apart, taking out his Undying Star-Eating Plant to swallow his body fragments. No. Stop him. The other 11 Undyings all gave it their all, madly pouring energy into their law domains, and using their all to attack the Undying Plant. With a rumble, the powerful attack caused several gold leaves to break off and the plant began to back off. The shredded rocks of the Ka-Wu Undying instantly reformed, it was obvious. However, he had lost quite a bit of energy. The Ka-Wu race was a rock life form. It used strength to win, and splitting. Its body was very hard. Similarly, it would lose a large amount of energy every time it broke apart. Bastard, the reformed Ka-Wu Undying held with rage. 12 of us combined, and he still almost killed Long Sua. This is a disgrace to us. Let's work together, give your all, I'll stop him and you all kill him. The Starlight Race Undying communicated. A transparent thread shot out from between her eyes. It instantly grew longer. It rushed straight at Luo Feng. Starlight Life Thread. Luo Feng was shocked from the attack. He had inherited memories, and thus understood much about the Starlight race. The Starlight men and women were all extremely beautiful. They were born with the ability to form a thread from their life core crystal, and the moment they used this, their core crystal would instantly crumble. Hence this was their final move. The moment one became undying, their core crystal would dissipate and meld with the body. When this happened, they wouldn't die even after using this move. It would still heavily damage them, however, requiring thousands to tens of thousands of years to recover. Chi-Chi, the transparent thread, bent and tried to wrap about Luo Feng. Take the chance to kill him. It's our last chance. Kill him, he definitely has a lot of treasures. The other 11 Undyings raged in madness, even burning some of their undying bodies. Against the Starlight Life Thread, Luo Feng's world projection was unable to force it back. Its speed was extremely fast, already reaching close to him. He shouted, "Star-eating plant! Rumble!" The star-eating plant swelled with countless gold leaves extending out. The Starlight Life Thread was incredibly thin as it followed through the slits of the plant to attack Luo Feng. However, he used the countless gold leaves to try and stop the thread as the other 12 Undyings, including the Starlight Undying, rushed to attack the Undying plant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Large amounts of leaves were destroyed and the Undying plant was forced to shrink. Blood River Energy. Luo Feng triggered his Blood River Energy, and his connection with the universe ripples became even clearer. Strike Travel. Luo Feng became a blur as he flashed about. His blood shadow blade lit up again, and his blade produced a beast god projection. Come on, let's do it. Luo Feng used the star-eating plant to block the Starlight Life Thread and used his body with the Blood River Energy triggered to fight the 12 Undyings. This intense battle was a great test for his new blade techniques. When the battle first began, Luo Feng was still testing out the power of each of his new blade techniques. Hence, he never once unleashed his strongest strike travel movement. Thus it seemed like he was forced into a corner by the 12 Undyings. However, that environment allowed him to maximize the usage of his blade work to fight back. Once he unleashed his strike travel, he easily destroyed the Ka-Wu Undying. Blood River Energy, strike travel movement. Luo Feng didn't wish to drag the battle on any longer. Shwa shwa shwa. His image warped as 3 incredibly realistic images appeared beside him. It caused the 12 Undyings to get shocked as the difficulty of surrounding grew. They began to get knocked away from Luo Feng's attacks and being forced to attack individually. Chi. The blood shadow blade pierced forward and a huge cavity appeared in the space. Countless fragments flowed madly as he pierced straight at the beautiful Starlight Undying's forehead. Dutchman's pipe Luo Feng's blade was like lightning. He flashed forward. One eternal dragon, undying, was instantly sliced in half. Dutchman's pipe pensive nightmare reflection burial hatred world's end. He exchanged between the 7 techniques even though they were helping each other, combined with his exquisite movement and the help of the blood river energy he managed to fight back against all 12 of the undyings, and was even able to slash one of them apart while they were still being covered by the rest of them. They were beginning to fall apart. It was very obvious they were losing and were being suppressed. Not good, the Starlight life thread is broken, the Starlight undying communicated urgently. The life thread wasn't supposed to appear for too long. In the first place, star-eating plant Luo Feng smiled widely. The undying plant madly expanded and spread over 100,000 kilometers, countless leaves twitched about like teeth and wrapped around the undyings, the 12 of them roared and madly attacked the undying plant, making it shrink back once again. However, as they were distracted with attacking the undying plant, the disadvantaged undyings naturally welcomed their first tragedy. Rumble rumble, 2 eternal dragon undyings were instantly torn to shreds by Luo Feng. Their torn fragments were immediately swallowed by the star-eating plant. His blade flashed past brutally. As the 2 eternal dragons were torn apart, the scene immediately caused the other undyings to try and stop Luo Feng. They were very clear that if they focused on the plant, they would slowly lose more and more and finally fall. The moment some of them were heavily injured, they wouldn't even be able to hold back the star-eating plant anymore, and it would swallow all of them. Let's go. Quickly flee, disperse. The undyings knew that the battle would get worse for them as it dragged on. They barely saved one of the eternal dragon undyings before fleeing. Immediately. Chi, the undying plant was already swallowing one undying. Flee. Luo Feng glanced as the 11 undyings fled in 11 different directions. He had no choice but to pick one. Forget it, I'll chase you. Luo Feng waved at the star-eating plant and simultaneously unleashed his strike. Travel within 3 flashes. His speed reached sub-light speed and rushed at the unlucky undying, the sturdy KWW undying, the first one that he actually slashed in half. Why me? The Ka Wu undying Long Sua was angry and worried. Stop there. Luo Feng expanded his world projection. What projection was this? An internal world projection. It was a projection of his internal world outside normal. Sector lords could expand their projection up to about 10,000 kilometers. Luo Feng's projection, at its greatest limit, was however able to reach 90 million kilometers. However, if he did so, it would be like broadcasting to everybody my internal world has a diameter of 90 million kilometers. Hence, he would never do so. After all, the Ka Wu undying he was facing was only a few 100,000 km away from him. Stop there. Luo Feng unleashed his world projection. It instantly engulfed the Ka Wu undying Long Sua. World projection. Long Sua was surprised. He felt the powerful force around him. He could still fly, but his speed had a definite decrease. The star-eating plant swiftly caught up from behind. Hua! The undying plant once again bloomed with countless gold leaves, covering the entire area. Naturally it engulfed Long Sua too with countless teeth surrounding him. It made him madly flail his thunder hammers about rumble. The leaves withstood each attack. So, the gold leaves automatically opened a path and Luo Feng entered, appearing before the tall and sturdy Ka Wu undying. Human Long Sua was shocked and angry. but he knew it was over. You cannot kill me, you cannot kill me, the Ka Wu Undying let out sounds of worry and pain, causing the surrounding space to shake. I cannot kill you, Luo Feng smiled coldly. Ah, give me a reason. Are you a disciple or relative of some Ka Wu knight? Would I be punished if I killed you? Doesn't seem right. If you had some background, you couldn't possibly not have any treasure at all. I. Long Sua howled urgently, the official level Undying, the one you call Boulder, is my senior. Ah, Boulder of the 12 officials, he is your senior, Luo Feng scoffed. Indeed, there was a renowned Ka Wu official Undying named Boulder. Very good. Very, very good. Luo Feng nodded. Long Sua's eyes had some hope even though he was incredibly huge and this human before him was but a dot. He was clear that this little dot had enough power to kill him easily. Then you deserve to die even more. Luo Feng flashed and his blood shadow blade slashed through space, leaving a huge tear in space. Hell. The beast god projection appeared. Its claws seemed to meld perfectly with the blade as it passed Long Sua, causing him to howl in despair as the blade reached him. He wanted to self-destruct, but his body was instantly reduced to shreds before it could happen. His self-destruct naturally failed as countless gold leaves swiftly swallowed the countless rock fragments. There was an ancient palace in the burning deserts of Fog Island. No one knew when it was actually built. A majestic 12 tall Ka Wu Undying was sitting in the throne. He was one of the 12 officials of Fog Island, Fenya, also known by the human Undyings as Boulder on Fog Island. He was one of the strongest. He suddenly received a distress signal from his little brother Long Sua. Long Sua. This Ka Wu Undying stood up abruptly. However, immediately after he received a message, it's the star-eating sector. Lord, avenge me, after which, there was no more signal no matter how he tried to contact him. Long Sua is dead. Fenya's eyes were enraged. Star-eating sector Lord, star-eating sector Lord. Human, I want you dead, I want you dead, he howled, and it resounded throughout the entire palace. He was furious. Even though they weren't blood brothers, they both came from the same tribe. And only one other Ka Wu clansman from the same generation had become Undying. With him, that was Long Sua, hence the two of them naturally explored together. And they both received orders from the upper race, reach the distant Bug clan territory, and enter the outer region wars. On Fog Island, Fenya was invincible. Long Sua followed closely behind him, hence, Fenya let Long Sua join up with his other teams. Star-eating sector Lord, Fenya grit his teeth. Undying star-eating plant. It may strike fear in the generals, however 100 vine Undying star-eating plant didn't even bother a true official level Undying. You should die, you will die, he howled. Suddenly his eyes gleamed. Spirit imprint, that's mine. I gave an item to Long Sua, and now that he's dead, would that human actually take it with him if he dared to? He's really looking to die. He immediately sensed for his spirit imprint. So he rushed into the skies and tore through thousands of km of the desert, after which he swiftly took a ship to head towards where he felt the imprint was. After swallowing the Undying star-eating plant shrank and entered Luo Feng's arm. Special item Luo Feng carried the 2 world rings, the Ka Wu Undyings. Special item was within one of them. Luo Feng, he said that his senior was the official Boulder, and Boulder is on Fog Island. It's most likely that Boulder left him a spirit imprint item, so That he could come help at any time, this item would very likely be within. This bunch of stuff, Babata said. Luo Feng flipped his hand and kept both world rings. Having it is good. Luo Feng smiled. This Kawu Undying Senior is bolder. I've spent 100 years on Fog Island and have yet to meet an official level Undying. Now that I have the chance, I'll use it to draw an official to me. This is a good thing. I really want to see the difference between my earth body and an official's. I also want to see whether my gold-horned beast can kill an official. I'll look for a random place and wait for half a month, and at most 1 month. If Boulder doesn't show, I'll return, Luo Feng said. So, with a flash, he flew tens of millions of km, looking for a cave. He entered and began to reflect on the battle before. The battle had given him much inspiration and honed his new 7-blade techniques. After all, these 7-blade techniques would continue to improve as his comprehension grew. Strike travel is after all something the golden horned beast uses with its wings. Even though I've learned it, the human body doesn't do it half as well as the golden horned beast. I have to continue to refine it to suit the human body's usage, Luo Feng muttered to himself. Time passed and Luo Feng refined his techniques over and over within the cave. At this time, the official level Undying Finyo was drawing closer and closer. Using his ship. Within the quiet cave, fog engulfed the area. Luo Feng sat cross-legged. His consciousness was already connected to the virtual universe, and he was studying his blade techniques in his own training grounds. Wielding the blood shadow blade, he stood on a vast land and unleashed his blade work over and over, as countless Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors rushed from the sides, madly trying to kill him. Dutchman's pipe, pensive nightmare, illusion, burial, hatred, world's end. The blade flashed, tearing through space. The many Sector Lord warriors were killed and the massacre was ongoing. This is not right. It doesn't feel right. Luo Feng waved his hand and roared, "Stop!" The countless Sector Lords rushing over all stopped. This was after all a simulation in the virtual universe. He walked to the stopped Sector Lords and frowned as he pondered. When I battled the 12 Undyings before, I always felt that my blade work was still lacking. Also, it has not reached my current level of law comprehension limit. With a thought, he brandished the Beast God armament shield. The first form of the armament Beast God descends. Luo Feng unleashed it and the 999 metal flakes instantly shot out of the shield, connecting with the virtual universe simulated laws. Countless gold threads interweaved between them, forming a huge Beast God projection. Its pressure was engulfing the area. This is a true perfect technique. Luo Feng looked up at the powerful Beast God projection. Even though it was just the first form with just 999 metal flakes forming the technique, it was perfect, and the Beast God projection had its own pressure. Perfection. When I use my blade work, it naturally melds with the Beast God projection. Yet it doesn't have any of the pressure. Luo Feng shook his head. Maybe compared to my teacher Hu Yanbo, the techniques I created are already very powerful. However, compared to Shi Luo Duo, these are still too raw. How can I improve and break through? Luo Feng stood there silently. Under the gaze of countless Sector Lords, he looked up at the floating Beast God projection. Breakthrough. How do I do it? My golden horned beast is proficient in close combat. Can it only rely on that one crude sky-tearing claw? Is there no absolute technique like Shi Luo? Duo's beast god armament. Luo Feng gazed at the projection in the sky, trying to feel it thoroughly, yet it always seemed like a fog was clouding his view. Time passed. He pondered hard on how to refine his techniques and the beast's battle. Techniques. Actually, the golden horned beast's techniques were connected to his blade techniques. They were all considered close combat techniques. One relied on the beast's body itself and another on the blade, and the blade was considered an extension of one's body. Naturally, the two were linked. However, everything had to be created by himself during the past 100 years. He did make some progress with his blade work, however, when battle truly ensued, he always felt his blade work still wasn't perfect enough. It wasn't capable of unleashing the strongest power of the beast god presence. The moment it's perfected, my blade pressure will exceed the beast god armament, because I'm creating something that fits myself. As for the beast god armament, it only fit Shi Luo. Duo. Luo Feng had occasionally gone hunting over the past 100 years. 99 of the time, he still spent time studying the beast god path and blade work along with battle techniques. Now Luo Feng was immersed in this state. In the blink of an eye, 12 days had passed. Rumble. A 600 tall pyramid ship tore through the skies and flew within that ship. Star-eating sector lord, the Ka Wu undying Fenya, who was sitting in the alloy chair, was burning with rage. Beside him were polygon-shaped hammers. It was clear that he used the same types of weapons as the fallen Long Sua. He hasn't moved at all. The position of the item hasn't moved at all, he said solemnly. Does he know of Long Sua's connection with me? Is he afraid of my revenge? Hence he tossed it there when he found the item. If Luo Feng truly wanted to flee within the vast fog island, how could Fenya even begin to search for him? What's more, if Luo Feng simply moved on to the main Yanji continent, Fenya would have no way to look for him at all. No. No, he must be there. He must be. Fenya was worried and anxious within. He truly wanted to kill that despicable human and avenge his brother. He was afraid that the human would have tossed the item there and left, then the chances of revenge would be extremely slim. The distance shrank. He must be there. Fenya gazed forward. Even with 100 simulation, he could only see the distant fog. Luo Feng, we've discovered a dangerous target. He's flying alone in an automaton ship and is heading towards us. After scanning his appearance, it seems like he's from the Ka Wu race undyings. Mostly move together on Fog Island, but for him to move alone, plus the fact that you killed the Ka Wu undying before, there's a 90 chance that this target is bolder of the 12 officials. Babata reported to Luo Feng. Ah. Luo Feng, who sat cross-legged and shrouded in fog, opened his eyes. He's finally come. It'll take another hour for him to arrive, Babata said. I've waited so long for him to finally come since my arrival on Fog Island. 100 years ago, I've yet to fight with an official level undying. Luo Feng nodded. I have some questions to solve about my blade work and the golden horned beast's battle techniques. Maybe this will be a good chance to clarify everything. So he instantly flew out of the cave and flew along the walls of the mountain. Quickly reaching a quiet spot in the mountain range, there was a huge lake. Here, this lake on the peak had a diameter of tens of thousands of km. It was simply unimaginable on Earth, however it was normal here on Fog Island. Water. Luo Feng sat by the lake, feeling the cold air around him. He extended his hand to pick up some water flowers. The bone-chilling cold instantly reached his entire body, and he felt the chill, but of course this was something he could easily withstand. So cold. But it feels good, he sat there and smiled, playing with the water. After a while. Rumble. The pyramid swiftly tore through the skies and swiftly stopped in the air. Above the lake, its high speed caused shockwaves that blew away the sand and rubble around. However, the incredibly heavy and ice-cold lake simply rippled. Hua, a fiery red armored 12 tall, Ka Wu undying, stepped out of the door, and the pyramid vanishing beside him, he stood in the air above the lake, a formless pressure expanding throughout as the air around his body burned in. Flames that spread and covered over 10,000 kilometers in area. Wang Luofeng sat there playing with the water, expanding his world. Projection 2. It clashed hard with the fire law domain, as his body was unaffected. Grrrr, the icy cold water suddenly began to bubble. This lake that was over 100 times larger than all the seas of Earth combined began to boil. So boring. Luofeng stood up. Rumble. He expanded his world projection and pushed back the fire law domain. The powerful projection completely suppressed the fire domain, and it was clear to see that the law domain was about to crumble. Humph! The official Undying Fenyi standing over the lake snorted angrily. The seemingly normal fire domain suddenly began to change from within, almost like a group of straggling soldiers suddenly gaining order and discipline, causing the entire domain to gain more stability. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The world projection clashed over and over against the fire law domain even. Though Luofeng was still more powerful, it was unable to completely suppress the enemy. Luofeng looked shocked at the fire domain. This was the first time someone was able to withstand his world projection alone. According to what teacher said, one can put both space and time laws into their law domains. However, those Undyings would at least have to have the comprehension of the 9 universe tablets. Fourth picture. Luofeng frowned. Law domain. It's a gift of the universe laws itself, natural law energies. When pressured, they are like straggling soldiers. However, the moment space laws are infused within, they become much stronger. Official level Undyings, they are indeed much stronger than the normal generals. You are the star-eating sector lord. A thick booming voice spoke with human language. Luofeng looked up at him. You are bolder. Haha, it's really you. Fenya's voice rumbled. My guess was right, you knew long ago I would be coming. Right? Luofeng nodded. You've got guts, Fenya said seriously. You killed my tribe brother and guessed I would be coming, yet you dared to stay with the item I gave him. Should I thank you, or laugh at your stupidity? You've made me use effort to come and search for you. I'll make your death thrilling. Luofeng flipped his hand and brandished his blood shadow blade as well as the 6-edged shield. A shield and a blade. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Both of their world projection and law domain clashed again. Even though Luofeng's projection had the advantage, it didn't affect the battle too much. I've waited here for 12 days just for you. You sure are slow. I hope you don't disappoint me. A black armor appeared over Luofeng's entire body. This battle would be the first time he got to truly fight against an official level Undying. He couldn't help but itch in anticipation. I won't disappoint you. Fenya gazed down at the tiny dot, both hands wielding green hammers. The surrounding areas were burning in glaring flames. Fog Island's 13 tyrants. Star-eating sector lord against Boulder, the two of them clashed. Strike travel. Luo Feng's eyes suddenly gleamed as he flashed, instantly. Leaving 3 winding orbits, it was almost like lightning as his speed reached a terrifying level. A glaring light simultaneously lit up with his blade. Go and die, Fenya roared too. The battle began instantly. The burning hammer waved about and broke through the space itself in front of the official level undying Fenya. The space itself was too brittle, hence the huge hammer rushed straight at Luo Feng through the countless space fragments. A resplendent blade flashed. As it flashed, a huge tear in space occurred. I want to see just how strong an official level undying is. Luo Feng wielded his blood shadow blade and clashed head-on with the hammer. Rumble. The space fragments warped as the powerful force of the shockwave rippled to tens of thousands of km, dispersing all the boiling water up. It seemed like a giant was moving the lake itself. Ha ha ha, Fenya laughed as he stepped through, every step closing in tens of thousands of km as he swung another fiery hammer. Luo Feng, however, was knocked hundreds of thousands km away from the clash. Earlier his body had gone numb from the shock, and his internal organs were damaged as he spit out blood, after which he flashed and stood far at the tip of the mountain. He was gazing down at Fenya, who was rushing at him. What a terrifying force! I could withstand 8 generals at the same time. Without being so fatigued, Luo Feng gazed down at the fiery giant rushing at him. The inherited memories were right. The Kawu body advantage is indeed huge. This Fenya's law comprehension is only around a basic official level. But his body is already at a high official level. As for that hammer, I cannot withstand it. Fenya took large strides to come over. Human Fenya's voice pierced through the space. To be able to survive my attack at Sector Lord level, I respect you, but it's a pity that I have to kill you. Time to die. Idiot, Luo Feng snorted coldly. Shua. He unleashed his strike travel movement. He simply wanted to test his opponent's strength earlier. Now that he had a grasp of their strengths, he naturally wouldn't go clash head-on again. This Fenya was obviously weaker in technique, but his undying body was incredibly strong. 3 blurry silhouettes flashed and Luo Feng appeared suddenly behind Fenya. Dutchman's pipe. His blade flashed. It was beautiful and terrifying. Hoof. Fenya used the hammer in his right hand and swung it around. The space around it crumbled. It was almost like a road roller going past a little path. Shwa shwa shwa. The 3 silhouettes flashed and Luo Feng appeared at his other side. Another flash and he appeared in front of Fenya. Another flash and he was behind him. Chi. Amidst his mad movement, the blood shadow blade broke through the defense of the hammer, slashing at Fenya's side. Chi chi chi. The blade seemed to cut at the incredibly solid material, but only cutting about half a meter deep in, which was not even a fifth of his hip. There, the blade got stuck and was unable to go deeper. What a solid body! His strength alone is ridiculous. His body is also super solid. Luo Feng's expression changed. Normally, flesh and blood life forms that were able to unleash the same amount of power would naturally still be weaker in terms of how sturdy their body was compared to the rock life forms, and these flesh and blood life forms normally had scales, muscles, and so on for defense. The moment it reached past that, the body was soft and weak. The rock life forms, however, were completely different. They were naturally adept at defense. Much less Fenya. In terms of strength, he was at a high official level. However, in terms of Body sturdiness, he was at least 7 to 8 times stronger than that of a high official. Haha, Fenya looked at Luo Feng and swung his hammer at Luo Feng's head. Shua Luo Feng swiftly retreated. Clang. While he retreated, he used his blade to defend against the heavy hammer. Luckily, he was fast enough, allowing only 30 of the hammer force to go through. Even with just that, Luo Feng felt his blood boil within but didn't have to spit any blood out. Star-eating sector lord, you are incredibly fast. Fenya took a stride over and continued to attack. Speed is an advantage too, Luo Feng snorted coldly. He flashed again. In an instant, the entire mountain range was going through a disaster as the two of them passed by. Countless amounts of rubble broke apart and the peak collapsed, the universe space crumbling over and over. Both of them had completely different styles. Fenya was strong and sturdy, his body was a stone fortress, however his law comprehension was weaker and his nimbleness and flexibility were weaker than Luo Feng's. Luo Feng relied on the soldier armor to raise his strength to roughly an official's level, however, with his close to emperor-level beast god presence. And with his strike travel, he could suppress his enemies in terms of speed and flexibility. Fenya could never catch up to him. Shwa shwa shwa. Luo Feng flashed over and over, appearing at different spots and unleashing his cold blade attacks against Fenya. Fighting with a strong warrior sure is different under the barrage of heavy fiery hammers over and over. Luo Feng's movement and blade work were both pushed to their limits as the enemy pressured him. He once again unleashed his strongest moves, slowly refining them further during the battle. As time passed, Luo Feng was initially forced to block some attacks and take some hits. However, as his movement got more and more refined and he grew more accustomed to how to deal with the attacks, he began to use his blade to affect the flow of the hammers themselves while he dodged. Fenya was no longer able to attack him. Fenya stood on the mountain range and roared loudly. It was obvious that he was frustrated. When Luo Feng slashed at him, he didn't even block. He immediately used his hammer to attack Luo Feng. Human, go and die, Fenya howled enraged. He no longer cared about Luo Feng's blade and attacks, his eyes were fixed on Luo Feng alone as he swung his heavy hammer. His two huge arms were waving about. It almost felt like attacks were coming in from all directions. Luo Feng realized that the situation had worsened when he attacked before. Fenya would do his best to defend with his hammers. With attack and defense, the pressure on Luo Feng wasn't too huge. Now, however, Fenya had lost it. He no longer cared about the attacks, and he focused solely on offense as he swung the two fiery hammers at Luo Feng. Attack, all-out attack. Luo Feng felt like the skies were crashing down on him with the two fiery hammers that were at least a few times bigger than him. Rumble, he accidentally got hit. He was instantly knocked tens of thousands of km away, smashing into the mountain, creating a hole in it. Luo Feng rushed out quickly. Rumble, countless hammer images madly poured down as Luo Feng was knocked back again. Fresh blood spewed out. Knocked over and over. Over and over. Luo Feng was like a tragic suicide scene. For him to attack Fenya, he'd have to get close to him, and when he got close, he would naturally be attacked by the two fiery hammers. Fenya didn't even care about being attacked, he simply just swung his hammers madly. Unless Luo Feng chose to retreat, he would simply just become a target. Even with his fast movement, against the lightning-fast mad hammers, he'd avoid them 7 to 8 times, but would eventually still get hit once in a while. Chi. Damn. Luo Feng's body was numb. He lay on the mountain peak, spitting out fresh blood. I can't fight anymore, Fenya's body is too sturdy, it's like AF grade. Metal, even if it isn't at F9 grade, it's still at least at F3 grade. My blade cannot slash through, and he doesn't even need to care about my attacks. He only needs to hit me. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. The fiery giant took large stride past the space and appeared before him. Human Fenya roared. He was shocked as he saw Luo Feng simply lying there. Had he given up? Hell. A terrifying howl resounded from the mountain range. The formless pressure spread past the surrounding 100,000 km. Even the fiery stone giant changed his expression. Quickly turning to the side, he saw an incredibly huge silhouette rise gradually from the mountain. It was over 100 kilometers in length, and its body was covered in silver scales, which were filled with beauty. Silver scales, with 4 silver-strong limbs, along with a silver-scaled tail, and an incredibly glaring pair of huge scaled wings. This was a completely silver-colored peculiar beast, which had dark gold eyes and a peculiar silver crown on its head. The crown, its 4 limbs, scaled tail, and huge scaled wings. In terms of body, these together made the golden-horned beast look bigger than it was. The powerful pressure spread throughout. Even the official Fenya felt fear within. What's this? What life form is this? In terms of size, it should be a space beast. The demon race isn't that big. The flaming giant looked at the sudden appearance of the beast and was completely shocked. He saw the very calm human on the mountain peak beside him. This human has the strength to match an official undying. He's definitely a genius of humanity. This mysterious beast, is this his tamed beast, his sole slave, or it's a guardian arranged from his teacher? It's very likely that his teacher is some huge being that arranged a guardian for him. Simply relying on his own power shouldn't be enough to tame such a terrifying being. The sudden appearance of the silver beast made Fenya completely ignore Luo Feng. Fenya felt pressure to the point where he didn't even know what beast this was. Completely silver scaled, such terrifying pressure. It seemed unlike any of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts. Howl. The beast howled again. Its dark gold eyes were staring at Fenya. It unleashed its killing intent. Luo Feng stood on the peak beside, gazing at Fenya and muttering to himself. I don't believe that if I unleash beast god transformation, deities of the world, blood river energy, combined with the general armor and mysterious Sha Wu wings, I don't believe that this rock giant can take a fully unleashed golden-horned beast. Terrifying. This beast is much more powerful than the star-eating sector. Lord the Ka Wu Undying. Fenya was covered in flames as he stood in space, wielding the 2 huge hammers and staring at the mountain-like silver beast. His countless years of battle experience made him naturally fear this beast before him. Howl. The silver beast let out a howl, its huge silver wings beginning to flap. Who? As fast as teleportation, it instantly passed over 10,000 kilometers in distance and appeared before Fenya, after which it slashed forward. The space was like tofu before it. So fast, faster than any opponent I've met before, even faster than the emperor I met before. Fenya was in distress. He was clear that the speed was his weakness. Against this huge powerful claw he could only grit his teeth and Defend against it with his hammers. Rumble. The space around them crumbled. The two fire hammers clashed with the claw and the over 10 kilometers thick limbs of the beast slashed through as easily as stepping on an ant. It slashed past the two hammers at the official Undying's body. The blade-like slashes of the claw went through everything. The two hammers were knocked far away and Fenyo was completely torn apart. His powerful body had no resistance against the beast's claws whatsoever. Hell. Immediately after slashing Fenya, the silver beast changed from slashing to slamming, pressing down fast on his broken body. Wang. Fenya was smashed into little pieces. The powerful official level Undying was reduced to powder from a simple slash and slam from the silver beast. However, the powder instantly regained his human form. He looked on with fear at the beast. Emperor level. Strength. Fog Island actually has an emperor. This beast is actually an emperor. Fenyo was afraid now. While exchanging blows he could feel it. Emperors were incredibly rare and the chances of bumping into one was simply too low. Luo Feng stood on the distant mountain peak and frowned. His energy didn't decrease at all. He was already reduced to powder earlier, yet it had no effect on his strength. Undying body is indeed an undying body. Even though the golden horned beast isn't strong now, it's still around the level of an emperor level. The silver beast was the golden horned beast. It was the beast in its strongest form. The beast was supposed to have 5 black horns filled with complex gold engravings about it. However, after melding with the general armor, it could take on any form. Luo Feng purposely made the 5 horns into a crown-like look on its head, and as beast god transformation had some effect on the beast's body too, after the fusion of the Shawu wings. Hence, it was hard to tell that it was a golden horned beast. Unleashing beast god transformation. Its 4 limbs grew thicker, and its tail was longer, as it became more like the structure of the beast god. After the golden horned beast's transformation, Blood River Energy, Nameless Manual's first level, it made it 330 times stronger than a human sector lord. Using the amplification techniques like beast god transformation, deities of the world and its ability strengthen. Deities of the world amplified it 7.5 times. Beast god transformation's first level was simply 2 times. However, these 2 were simply body amplification. They would contradict each other just like how deities of the world could reach 36 times and beast god transformation could reach 64. However, the 2 didn't fully add on to each other. Simply reaching 80 times was already not bad. Hence, these 2 techniques added together currently only had an overall effect of about 10 times. Combined with strengthen. This natural ability had no conflict with anything, it completely added on to anything. Hence, the beast could reach 20 times the max strength just from these techniques. Its body itself was 330 times. With everything combined, 6,600 times the sector lord strength. Finally, with the general armors, 10,000 times sector lord strength. Its final strength was 16,600 times. It was already in the emperor level. It couldn't be helped. Luo Feng's current law comprehension was weaker. Even with the fusion laws, it was just about emperor level. Its entire strength was that of a low emperor level. Of course, with Fenya, that was 2 to 3 times weaker in body structure and comprehension. That was much weaker. It was easy to defeat him. After he reformed from powder, his world ring and hammers flew to his hand, and he looked with fear and rage. I have to flee, otherwise I'll be killed. This Fog Island actually has an emperor. This is seriously bullying. So he turned and fled, keeping his weapons and his world ring. He was clear that with or without them, there was no difference against that beast. It would instead affect his speed. Flee. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly at the peak. I let you reform earlier. Let's see how you do so again. Star eating. Luo Feng tossed. So a gold light flew swiftly at Fenya. It was the golden star-eating plant. Simultaneously, the terrifying pressure from the golden horned beast rushed down from above, with a flap of the Shawu wings and the first level of strike travel, it easily reached above Fenya, making him look on with despair. Emperor Undying, why have you come here? Fenya howled with despair. Right. Fenya hadn't even realized up till now that this beast was actually a sector. Lord Luo Feng had discovered this when he first began to meld the Shawu wings. The wings were a true treasure. Even the primal Chaos City leader, that level of being, recognized it as a treasure, enough to make knights go crazy. 4. Back then, after Luo Feng acquired them, he melded it for the first time with the golden horned beast. He felt that the wings were simply too heavy and tiring to use. As time passed, it was just like the Luo Fu Chi board. It gradually became one with the body of the beast, almost just like another part of its body. After fully melding, the beast's body naturally gave off an aura. This energy was from the Shawu wings, and it released it from the body of the beast. Even though it only released a little of it, it was enough to shock any official level Undying. With the fusion of the wings, there was no way to sense the beast's true strength. True Yan Emperor had said that Yan Zhu Emperor had a special treasure that even knights craved. For the moment it was activated, it would be extremely powerful. Luo Feng had exclaimed back then. However, I now have this Sha Wu wings. It's enough to make the knights go crazy. For just the pressure I release from it is just like the pressure an Emperor Undying releases. Rumble. Another slash. The poor Ka Wu Undying, fleeing hard, was instantly reduced to powder. As they regained its form, the beast slashed once again. 3 continuous slashes. Fenya kept reforming, and even after a total of 3 times, his strength was unaffected. This was an undying body. Rumble. The 4th time he became powder. The gold star-eating plant madly grew. Its speed was naturally not like the golden horned beast. It only managed to catch up after the 4th time Fenya was destroyed. Countless gold leaves began to swallow the powder. Chi-chi. The powder dispersed from the leaves and vanished. The undying plant actually didn't manage to swallow any of the powder. The countless powders reformed into Fenya again. What's he using the undying plant for? Looks like this star-eating sector lord hasn't fought with an official before. Doesn't he know that to kill one, he has to either destroy the soul or forcefully annihilate me? Fenya looked on curiously at the distant Luo Feng, turning to flee again. Rumble. Another slash and slam. He became powder again and reformed. This Emperor beast is another thing. Why does it keep attacking me like that? Fenya was growing more suspicious. Even though it's Emperor level, it's barely an emperor. Does it think it can kill me without any consequences at all? Fenya fled again. The beast slashed again. Luo Feng frowned on the distant peak. It's like what I read before. Killing an undying with an undying body sure is hard. Luo Feng's status was very high. naturally, he had read up on this information before. With his methods, he was naturally unable to destroy his soul, he could only forcefully annihilate him. And that was extremely tough. It relied on absolute strength to pressure the enemy and destroy his undying energy. As long as his undying energy was destroyed, the enemy would die. There were two ways to forcefully annihilating the enemy. The first was when the difference in strength was huge, like the primal chaos city leader or knights, they could easily kill an official level undying without any consequences. When the difference was that huge, destroying an undying body was easy. The second was for when the difference wasn't that huge, a low-level emperor killing a high-level official. Even though one can keep destroying his body, the enemy can keep performing it. One would have to pay some price to kill the enemy. Then, that was to burn some of his own undying energy, burning some of one's own soul, and this was an eternal loss. A low-level emperor burning some of his undying energy would have an instant increase in strength, enough to reach a pinnacle emperor. Naturally, he would be able to kill an official. Annihilating a high official, even a low-level emperor would have to recover for 100 to 1,000 years to get this done. Of course, for a high-level emperor to kill a high-level official, even without burning undying energy, using normal attacks while burning some undying energy, could achieve the same effect, and the recovery would only take a few years. If it was an emperor pinnacle, then one could easily kill Fenya. This was forcefully annihilating. It relied on a definite gap in strength. If the gap wasn't huge, one would have to rely on burning undying energy. Barely an emperor, and he wishes to kill me without any consequences. Fenya felt the dilemma too. How can I kill him? Luo Feng frowned. Destroying his body over and over doesn't harm him at all, and forcefully annihilating relies on burning undying energy. The golden horned beast is a sector lord. It has no undying energy to burn. What do I do? Luo Feng was stuck. With the golden horned beast's strength, it's easy to win the fight against that Ka Wu undying. Killing him, however, it's not at the level of burning undying energy. The beast doesn't have undying energy. Have I reached a dead end? Luo Feng pondered on the many options within his mind. Everything was discarded again, as none could work. There's only one way. Maybe, just maybe. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. I'll rely on you, Sha Wu. Wings. The beast had already unleashed its strongest sky-tearing claw. The next strongest move would be the Sha Wu wings. This was a treasure given to him by the primal Chaos City leader himself. It was used to flee, and it did have some battle ability too, the leader had told Luo Feng back then. Of course, it was mainly for fleeing and flying. It only had minimal attacking abilities. Luo Feng had experimented with it before and felt that its strongest points were its speed and sharp feathers. Slashing with them while flying at high speeds was like cutting with a blade. Howl, the silver beast, flapped its wings and once again rushed at the fire giant Fenya. Can you not be so excessive? Why? Fenya was worried and angry. This silver beast's instantaneous speed, how can it be so absurd? It's only barely an emperor, it shouldn't be that fast. If it was a bit slower, I'd be able to reach sub-light speed and then escape. Fog Island's resistance was pretty huge. Reaching sub-light speed was the limit. One had to go to the special universe travel spot to reach light speed. As long as one was an undying, with enough time, they could all reach close to light speed. The moment they reached that speed, even if an emperor level was Chasing behind, he wouldn't be able to catch up to a normal undying as everybody's speed was about the same. No one could actually catch anybody unless one had teleportation. Hence, the undying battles relied strongly on instantaneous speeds. If the distance was close without sufficient space in between, it would be easy for one to instantly catch up with another ahead. After all, it did take a while to reach close to light speed. Sha Wu Wing's 3 forms. I can only trigger the first form currently, and my flight is already at a demonic level. The movement speed is shocking. Luo Feng thought even Yen Zhu with his treasure from his father, the moment he triggers it he can fight against a pinnacle emperor. Even though my Sha Wu Wings aren't mainly for attack but used for fleeing the moment I dodge and flee, unless one has teleportation or time stop, even an emperor level undying wouldn't be able to catch me. Rumble. The beast flapped its wings and moved fast as lightning as it left a blur in the air. At this point it already reached beside Fenya. Hua. The feathers were like blades. As it flew past, the feathers acted like blades and slashed at Fenya, almost like slashing through tofu as his body split in half at the waist. Fenya let out a howl of pain as he was slashed in half. Even when he was reduced to powder before, he had never once let out a cry of pain. Pain, intense pain. The formless piercing energy acted like water melting the ice. His undying energy seemed incredibly weak against it as it was forcefully melted away. However, the effect on his body was very minimal. It only instantly destroyed 2 of his undying energy. This was destruction from the root. Fenya howled in pain. I've succeeded. Luo Feng stood on the distant peak and revealed a look of glee. With his sensing abilities, he could feel his enemy instantly lose 2 of his undying energy. This effect surprised Luo Feng. Haha, this is indeed a treasure even the primal Chaos City leader regards as valuable. Its main use is for fleeing, however, it still has some attacking ability, and that little bit is this powerful, and this is but a small portion of its true strength. The Sha Wu Wings were incredibly mysterious. With the trigger of one's body and energy strength, it could trigger mysterious abilities. Luo Feng called this the space energy, and this was the powerful core of the wings. This particular energy allowed the golden horned beast to fly at shocking demonic speeds. The second form of the wings allowed for it to completely throw the space into disarray. One had to reach the 3rd level of bones to trigger it. The 3rd form allowed one to control the space tides required 5th level of horn to trigger. This all required the space energy from the wings to trigger. This special energy was incredibly powerful. However, Luo Feng could only unleash the 1st form currently. The space energy was from the core of the wings, but Luo Feng could only trigger a very small portion of it currently. Yet it could already destroy 2 of his undying body. Haha, go and die. Ka Wu undying, go and die. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Rumble. The beast flapped its wings, and he once again used them to slash past Fenya's body. Shwa 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 shwa. Fenya had no ability to even dodge even though he reformed over and over. As he reformed, the beast would slash past him again and he would lose another 2 of his undying energy. Even with an undying body, it would only take 50 times for it to be over if he was a normal undying. Losing 50 of his undying energy was akin to 50 of one's soul, and his consciousness would instantly crumble. With an undying body, even after losing 99 of his undying body, he still wouldn't die. However, the final one could at most hold his memories. He would become a canon fodder amongst undyings. Relying on this one to regain all his past strength would require trillions of years. No. No, Fenya howled in pain. Spare me, respected Emperor, spare me. Fenya communicated mentally to the golden-horned beast. Against the beast's terrifying speed, he knew that even if he burned his undying energy to flee, he would still be unable to escape that mysterious silver beast was simply too fast. Shwa 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 shwa. In an instant, he was attacked over 10 times. Fenya's undying body was left with only 50, he lost half of his soul like that. Emperor, don't force me, he howled. Force you, other race, just die. The beast's speed was terrifying, its silver wings slashing over and over at Fenya's body, destroying countless years of energy accumulated within the undying body. Was the core. No. No. Seeing that he was only left with 30 of his energy, he was panicking, losing half of his strength was too huge a loss. He howled in rage and finally sunk into despair as the silver beast once again attacked. He let out a howl. Within rumble, he instantly self-destructed his entire undying body. Self-destruct. Fenya's final decision. Even if he couldn't kill an emperor, he wanted to heavily damage him. This was his revenge. Rumble. The space about crumbled along with the mountain range. The beast had wrapped itself in the Shawu wings as it was extremely close to the explosion. The wings had the ability to disperse the attacks because of its special material. Before this, out of the trillions of races in the universe, only the primal Chaos City leader knew of the existence of the Shawu wings. Destroying it was hard even for universe masters. This explosion was but a tickle against the wings. It diffused over 99 of the attack, with the final remnants of the force landing on the general armor. As long as it didn't exceed the armor's strength 10,000 times that of a sector lord, it would be completely diffused. Rumble. The universe space crumbled. The huge beast, wrapped in the silver wings, flew back tens of thousands of km before spreading its wings in glory, its cold gold eyes looking forward. It took all the goods left behind by Fenya. I have to leave quickly. That battle drew too much attention. There are already some teams rushing over. Luo Feng frowned and looked in the distance. The beast entered his internal world. So, with a flash, he used his strike travel. However, it was obvious that his usage, compared to the golden-horned beast, was on a completely different level. One was mainly the difference in body, and secondly, the beast had the Shawu wings. The death of one of the 12 officials of Fog Island, Boulder, was known to very few. He didn't send out a distress signal before dying, as there were no other allies who were stronger than him on Fog Island. Who could he ask for help from? As for leaving a warning to others, who would he warn with the silver beast reaching emperor-level strength? Only the 12 officials could actually make a move on it. As for the other 11 officials, none of them were from the Kawu race. Since I'm dying, some of you will come join me. Fen Yi didn't care about the others. If they were the same race, he may have warned them, but towards the other races, he wasn't that noble. Luo Feng returned to his base. The star-eating plant grew throughout the caves to protect his palace, and Luo Feng sat within happily. Haha, Shawu wings. Teacher gave me a true treasure. His mood was extremely good. He sat and drank his wine as he pondered. Finally got a sense of fighting a strong warrior, that Yan Zhu has a treasure. That would make other emperors jealous, yet now, I have one too, and it's even. Better than his even though, its main usage is for fleeing, however it still has some offensive and defensive abilities. Hee. A thought struck like lightning within his mind. He muttered softly, the golden-horned beast's close combat and the blade work of the human body. After which his eyes gleamed. Back when he studied in Primal Chaos City for 12,000 years, Luo Feng had pondered about his blade work and the golden-horned beast's close combat skills. The Virtual Universe Company had lots of techniques, however those techniques were infused with many other laws, yet Luo Feng couldn't find anything related to the Beast God Path techniques. After all, no one in humanity had ever reached Shi Luo Duo's level of accomplishment in the Beast God Path. Even the blade techniques of some of the knights were simply in the beginning stages, hence those imperfect techniques would naturally not be sold. Selling those imperfect techniques would be a disgrace to the knights. And as he couldn't find suitable techniques, with only Shi Luo Duo's techniques that were best suited for the Beast God Path, yet it was mainly just for spirit readers. After troubling over this for so many years, I'm still stuck with this even in the Outer Region Wars, even after spending 100 years trying to refine the 7 illusionary blades, and creating 7 new blade forms. However, his level of refining was too low. At least I gained quite a bit of experience from the process. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, and I finally found the right path from this battle. To improve, one had to first choose a path. Luo Feng was blind to this before, and without any experience from anyone else before. I'm so silly, he thought. Beast God. The Beast God itself is an embodiment of the fusion of laws itself, and it's a fusion of the space and gold laws. With my training, the golden-horned beast will gradually naturally infuse the Beast God power and become more like it. Whether it's the claws, horn or tail, etc., these are all weapons of the Beast God. I've had too much balance before. I couldn't find the most suitable technique. I didn't know whether to study claw techniques or tail techniques or any others. Now that I think about it, it's so silly. The strongest thing about the beast is without doubt the Shawu wings. Luo Feng was very excited, but these wings have little use to the universe masters. Naturally, as I get stronger, I should create techniques suited for the Shawu wings. The Shawu wings are strong themselves. Combined with suitable techniques, and infused with the Beast God path within, it'll naturally be the strongest method. Luo Feng smiled. The human will work on blade techniques, etc. Why? Because his blade work was naturally stronger than his punches and kicks. If it was weaker, warriors would naturally use their fists. In reality, they all mostly used weapons. Only few with special techniques used only their fists. Human body will work on blade work and spirit weapon techniques. The beast will create a scaled wing attack instead. With a certain path ahead, he just needed to spend the time and focus on his goals. Luo Feng began to madly study techniques such as strike travel and linear universe, which were both ways to use his wings. They could also be used in attack. One had to know that the beast originally had scaled wings, hence there were many winged attack techniques in its inherited memories. Luo Feng studied them, and from the Virtual Universe Company's treasure trove, he had already exchanged for some wing attack techniques. While it may not be as deep as strike travel or linear universe, what he needed was references and experience. In creating such techniques, studying many different types would broaden his perspectives and ideas. Studying many different techniques and melding the beast-god presence in Luo, Feng began to create his own battle techniques. Fog Island. Silver Beast, flee. Quickly flee. Its speed is too fast, it should be Emperor level. Little. The 4 other race warriors fled, however, with a flash from the scaled wings. It felt like a bright light in the sky had descended on them. It was terrifying, after which they were all torn apart. These pinnacle general Undyings had no way to withstand the terrifying Sha Wu attack infused with its space energy. They instantly crumbled and fell. Everybody disperse and flee. It's the Silver Beast. If just one of us can escape. The poor other race Undyings were once again decimated. As time passed, the news of the Silver Beast on Fog Island spread. During their discussions, the other race Undyings determined that this Silver Beast was at least at pinnacle official power, or even at Emperor level. The moment one met it, that would be a tragedy. At least on Fog Island, there was no warrior strong enough to fight against it. No one knew of where it came from. They only knew it was from the human camp. However, each of the 4 camps all had large amounts of other races under them, and only very few had special races that were that powerful. This Silver Beast may have come from a desolate part of the universe. Bastard. Even if this beast isn't an emperor, he should have pinnacle official level strength, and its speed is terrifying. With such strength, why is he staying on Fog Island? It should head out to the main continent. The main continent has large amounts of officials, even few emperors. That should be its battleground. Right, it's excessive. I heard that 2 of the 12 officials have already fallen. Don't say such things. It's hard to say whether they fell from the Silver Beast or they fled to the main continent. Even if they left, they wouldn't let us know. Actually, this Silver Beast is still okay, killing only once every 2 years. The most terrifying thing is, anyone who meets it is certain to be killed. Hence, it scared off many of the warriors off Fog Island. Fog Island, clearly, has a lot less warriors nowadays. Bug Clan subservient race Undyings were discussing on a ship. The reputation of the Silver Beast had become a nightmare for Fog Island. It exceeded the 13 tyrants of Fog Island from before. Back then, how could the 12 officials and 1 star-eating sector lord compare to the Silver Beast? When meeting the others, the chances of fleeing was still high, but, after meeting the Silver Beast, even if the 6 Undyings dispersed and fled, they would be lucky if even 3 of them managed to get away. In the blink of an eye, over 100 years had passed since he began studying wing techniques. Luo Feng finally managed to get a basic idea of a Sha Wu wing attack technique, even though it was crude compared to Shi Luo Duo's absolute manuals. It far exceeded the new 7-blade techniques, and there were still many areas to refine it. Creating a technique sure isn't easy. Especially creating a top-class technique, like Soul Imprint and Illusionary 7 blades. Luo Feng shook his head. His perspectives had grown, and his law comprehension far exceeding his teacher Hu Yanbo, also, having seen many top-tier techniques, and including his teacher, the Primal Chaos City leaders' guidance. How could his improvement be slow? It's time to go see my teacher. Luo Feng sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network. According to the Primal Chaos City leader's request, he would often go to Thunder Island, Primal Chaos Shrine, to seek guidance. Virtual Universe Thunder Island. Within the highest area of Thunder Island, there stood a shrine engulfed in primal chaos energy, as the true disciple of the leader, Luo Feng, would naturally be allowed here. So Luo Feng suddenly appeared before the shrine. This shrine had no staff, and it was completely empty. All it had was the omnipresent primal chaos energy. He stepped in. Stopping within the shrine, he said respectfully, "Teacher, what's the matter?" A voice resounded from the energy. "I've made some progress in my techniques created for the Shawu wings. I'm here to seek guidance," Luo Feng said respectfully. "Unleash them," the voice spoke. "Yes," Luo Feng said respectfully. With a thought, he vanished, and a over 100 kilometers long golden horned beast appeared. This was the virtual universe where everything was simulated, and, according to what his teacher said, his shrine had some of the special effects of the training grounds. Whatever he thought of could appear. Luo Feng naturally transformed into the beast. Its wings were more suitable for the Shawu wings. The wings were naturally simulated in the virtual universe too. The highest authority in the virtual universe company was the primal chaos city leader. Hence, when he became the golden horned beast, etc., he didn't have to worry about any privacy issues. Hua. The beast waved its wings. This wave had the experience of strike travel, with just a slice during flight. Every attack was deep and powerful. The space would be sliced apart like tofu, natural and light. The feathers slashed past the air and left behind a very faint trace. So, the beast landed in the shrine and transformed back to Luo Feng. "Teacher," Luo Feng said respectfully. Luo Feng was pretty confident within. He was simply using the most basic usage of the Shawu wings over 100 years ago, simply borrowing its speed and special features. Now, however, it was completely different. It may seem simple, but its power was much more than before. Luo Feng was naturally elated. The voice spoke from the energies. "Your wing attacks are already considered at entry level. It's obvious that they aren't perfected yet. If you do, they will be much more powerful. However, it's hard for you to find proper opponents to train them against from today on. Stay frequently in your training grounds. I'll arrange special opponents for you to match your weak points, allowing you to constantly battle them and train your techniques. In about 1,000 to 2,000 years, you'll have some progress in your first absolute manual." "Yes, teacher." Luo Feng was incredibly respectful. "Go on," the voice spoke. Luo Feng bowed respectfully and vanished. It has only been a few thousand years, but Luo Feng is already able to kill an official, even though it's using the golden horned beast and the Shawu wings. It's already not bad. If this goes on, he will eventually catch up with his senior. Kudi, the city leader, sat crossed-legged in his shrine. The energies revolved around him, making him look like a blurry silhouette. If I had given Kudi a treasure back then, maybe he would still be alive. The city leader sighed. Kudi was after all one that had passed even the sector Lord Sky Mountain in terms of law comprehension. He naturally reached the 20th level. He was already close to a knight, and was much stronger than Luo Feng. Of course, he had trained longer than Luo Feng too, even though he was very powerful and had many trump cards, with many survival methods, etc. A treasure like the Shawu wings was hard even for a knight to acquire, much less geniuses like Kudi and Luo Feng. And only a being like the primal chaos city leader, a true absolute warrior of The universe could produce a treasure like that. Virtual Universe Primal Region, Luo Feng's training grounds originally, every Primal Region's training grounds were the same size, however with the city leader making the arrangements, Luo Feng's place became as big as the expensive slaughterhouse, the virtual space within vast and endless. Within the vast space, Luo Feng stood there and transformed into the over 100 kilometers long silver beast. Golden horned beast. Having the primal chaos city leader as your teacher sure is good. Even my personal training grounds has become as large as the slaughterhouse. It sure is luxurious, his virtual assistant Babata shouted happily, and he even arranges for special opponents to work on your techniques and weaknesses. Even your teacher, Tru Yan, doesn't have such vision and arrangements, Babata said excitedly. Luo Feng nodded. Right. Even though he created these techniques, he wasn't sure on what their weaknesses were. It was hard to create opponents who were good enough. However, the ones arranged by the city leader were different. The city leader was one of the most pinnacle beings of the universe. Looking at Luo Feng's techniques was like looking at little children playing. He could easily see through everything. When the blurry silhouette suddenly appeared and formed, he was a 10 m tall body made completely of rocks. It had flames burning between the rocks, and its eyes were burning with purple flames. This god had a powerful energy that emanated throughout, and he wielded a 30 kilometers long blood-colored pitchfork. Of course, in terms of size, he was like an infant compared to the golden horned beast. Howl the beast howled too. The first battle began. In the following weeks, every opponent the golden horned beast faced was incredibly terrifying. Almost all of them were proficient against his weaknesses according to the training plan set by the city leader. He had to defeat each one before another would appear. In the virtual universe, the basic structure of the beast is fixed. To get stronger, you can only rely on your law comprehension and powerful techniques. The opponents that I have set for you. Defeat one and another will appear. If you can defeat 500, it means the technique you created is already top class. If you can defeat 1000, it means it has reached a pinnacle level. This is similar to the level of Shi Luo Duo's absolute manuals. Of course, to be specific, you'd have to defeat 1,200 opponents to reach his level of techniques. Also, if you can defeat 2,000 opponents, it means your technique has reached the extreme level, the level of the techniques I create. Work hard, my student. This was what the city leader told him. These words made Luo Feng's ambition grow, and he was also able to feel just how terrifying his teacher was. Shi Luo Duo's absolute manuals were at the pinnacle level, and his teacher, however, was considered an extreme level. Difficult. Beating each opponent was extremely tough. Each battle would make him reflect and refine his techniques more. The shortest he took with one opponent was about 10 days to half a month. The long ones took about 10 years, and he still wouldn't even be able to defeat him. The hardest of the first 500 was the Hui Sua Space Beast. This was an undying beast with the natural ability to stop time. It made Luo Feng lose many times. After a few hundred battles with it, taking a total of 18 years, it was the longest he took against an opponent. After spending 200 years, the golden horned beast defeated 500 opponents. Regardless, Luo Feng wasn't satisfied at all. He continued to fight and study. It got harder and harder, and the time it took to defeat each opponent grew Longer, however, he would constantly study the three ancient pictures from before the battle scene of the beast god. This was much more profound than she Luo Duo's absolute manuals. It also gave him a much more discerning feeling as he looked at them. A total of 1,000 years. He finally defeated the next 500 opponents. Hell. On a desolate planet, there were countless green threads flashing in the surrounding 10,000 km. It wrapped the entire planet. The golden horned beast waved its wings and left behind a terrifying silver blur of light. Not long after, countless green threads were instantly destroyed. Rumble. The planet was torn apart too, as it was slashed like tofu by the silver wings of the beast. The 1,000th opponent was the rare life-form green thread bug, and this opponent had stalled Luo Feng for 102 years, but finally he was able to defeat it. This bug could produce trillions of green threads, but it was rooted to the planet. It could control life puppets. This particular one the beast fought had no life puppets and could only use its own body to fight battle. After battle, the beast kept losing and being killed. After 100 years, it finally won once. Hell. The beast raised its head and held, after which it became a human silhouette. Ha 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 ha, I actually created a pinnacle technique even though it's only the first form. It's too powerful. Luo Feng was very excited. The beast god armament had a total of 6 forms. The first was the beast god descends, but it was a form from Shi Luo Duo's absolute manual. This was very normal. According to Luo Feng's plan, before becoming a knight, he would probably only create 2 to 3 forms. Luo Feng, I have to worship you. Babata mocked him. He. Luo Feng smiled, as he was feeling happy within. How could he not? Shi Luo Duo was an absolute being, and the manuals he created were terrifying. Even though he had only created the first form, at least this first form was on the level of pinnacle manuals too. What's more, Luo Feng's law comprehension wasn't exactly very high. This first form was already good for him to use. Like the beast god's second form, he had no way to use it at all. A technique that he can't use was useless. I've succeeded. It's time to visit teacher, Luo Feng thought. With a flash, he vanished. In the highest regions of Thunder Island, the shrine lay amidst the chaos energies. There were no staff or anybody around, and only endless chaos energies could be seen and felt. Luo Feng suddenly appeared and entered the shrine. Teacher Luo Feng bowed with gratitude and respect. A blurry image walked out from the depths of the shrine, and he was dressed in a long gold robe with green scales on his head. His face was similar to an earth human, and his expression was amiable. Only his eyes seemed profound, like an endless ocean or vast space. It was completely different from the body in Primal Chaos City. His gaze, however, was the same. Teacher Luo Feng bowed respectfully. When he came to the shrine before, he never actually got to see his body. You've actually created a pinnacle technique even though it's only the first form. It's enough for you to use, and it's what you created yourself. There are many pinnacle techniques in the universe, but the one you create is most suitable for yourself. Even if you study other extreme level techniques to the highest level, if they don't suit you, their power will never be as strong as your own. The city leader's eyes were satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Luo Feng listened obediently. Extreme level technique. Firstly, they were incredibly hard to study, and every one of their creators were universe masters. Even if they didn't suit him, studying them would still be better than normal top-class techniques. However, Luo Feng had created a pinnacle-level technique, just one level below the extreme level. And because he created it himself, it was most suitable for him, and its power naturally huge. Do you want to continue on attempting the 1001st opponent and moving on? The city leader joked as he asked. I naturally want to continue, Luo Feng replied respectfully. A soldier that didn't wish to become general was not a good soldier. A warrior that didn't wish to become a universe master wasn't fit to be one. Luo Feng naturally wanted to attain as much power as he could, hoping for his own technique to reach the extreme level, even though he knew that the path was tough and the success rate was incredibly low. He would still attempt it. Very good, the city leader nodded satisfied. Does your technique have a name yet? The first form is set, but I still don't have a name for the entire manual. Luo Feng thought. What name? The city leader asked curiously. The first form is called Milky Way across the sky, Luo Feng said respectfully. This technique was a way to use the scaled wings and use it as blades, like flying and winged blades. The two could interchange easily. This name came naturally to him when he created it. Think of one for the entire set, the city leader smiled. Even though it's only the first form, it's still one of a pinnacle manual. It has to have a name. Name? Luo Feng pondered. The great being Shi Luo Duo's manuals were at the pinnacle level too. Such manuals definitely had to be named with careful consideration. What shall I call it? This is a scaled wing attack technique that can be used as a blade technique. Wing blade, void blade, wing blade, 6 forms, wing blade, 7 forms. The main thing is using the Shawu wings to fight, hence Shawu manual, but this can also be used with a blade to battle, using the Blood Shadow blade, maybe. Blood Shadow manual. Then Luo Feng thought of many names, vetoing each one. He felt they were lacking. What does it lack? Luo Feng kept thinking. Looking at Luo Feng ponder, the Primal Chaos City leader watched silently. A pinnacle manual was the proof of an absolute warrior. Even if he were to fall, his manual would be passed on, hence, every warrior would carefully consider the name. This was also a proof of longevity. Luo Feng's eyes suddenly gleamed. It lacks a certain strength. The strength of the spirit. The thoughts continued in his mind. When I think of my manual, I get a boundless sense of force and emotion when I think of it. It fortifies my warrior's heart, and I understand my own resolve. What my resolve is. The many scenes appeared in his mind. I want to stop my parents from suffering, letting them lead a good life. Back during the base era, Luo Feng carried his shield and blade, exploring the wilderness and beginning his warrior's path. Dragon Egg Armor. In Wilderness Sector 003, a monster leader was fighting with 2 war gods. Luo Feng rushed in and took away its egg and armor from its nest. A cornered rabbit will bite back. You really think I won't kill you? His flying blade lopped of the powerful head. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with madness as he fled madly. At that time, Luo Feng was like a demon. 100 billion. When offered the huge bounty, he was filled with fear about his teammates divulging the information. 28 billion. The first time his brother Luo Hua saw the number, he was stunned. Luo Hua, I told you before, I will let you stand confidently before that lady Xiaonan, and before her parents. I told you before. Luo Feng promised before his brother the honor of becoming an investigator of the Dojo of Limits. The appearance of the golden horned beast and the apocalypse of Earth, the many warriors of Earth risking it all to fight the golden horned beast. Just leaving Earth into the universe, he was very careful and yet decisive. Visiting the world within a world and fighting with his life. Every step of the way, he unleashed his talents, risking it all in missions. And all these came from his heart of resolve to protect his loved ones. Protect his home. Home family. Luo Feng instantly came up with the name Moon. Looking at the moon, he would reminisce and miss his family. Luo Feng had been studying many ancient Chinese texts, hence the first thing he thought of was moon. Countless poems from ancient times spoke of the moon. While dreaming of their home, standing alone under the moon and remembering their family. Moon. One law alone is simple, but with many others, they form a policy. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I've only created the first form now, there will eventually be the second and third together, they will form a policy. My new manual shall be called Moon Policy. Luo Feng made the decision. Moon Policy represented his resolve, the policy also represented his ambition. And his spirit to never give up, but to get stronger. Done. The city leader looked at Luo Feng's excited gaze and smiled. Yes, Luo Feng replied respectfully. Tell me, the city leader asked. It shall be called Moon Policy. Luo Feng answered. Moon Policy. The city leader was curious. There wasn't any manual in the universe that used the word policy. Most were XX manual, or soul imprint, or linear universe, strike travel, Nanshan 7 forms, etc. He had never seen a manual called XX policy. What's more, the meaning behind moon, the city leader didn't fully understand. Even so, he didn't bother to ask more. Moon Policy, let's hope this name will cause fear and envy amongst the trillions of races. The city leader smiled. I will work hard. Luo Feng said respectfully. The city leader nodded. Teacher, I want to ask, what are the levels of a technique? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. He only knew that the top 3, which were top class, pinnacle and extreme. The city leader said, easy distinction. Low level, normal, top class, pinnacle and extreme. The techniques normal sector lords and some normal undyings usually create are normally low level. Like the inheritance you got from Hu Yanbo, his soul imprint has some special features. It already surpassed the low-level category. It should be considered normal, like the new 7 blades you've been studying, even though it surpasses the original 7 illusionary blades, it's still within the normal category. Many official level undyings and some sector lord geniuses have normal level techniques too. Above that is the top class, usually sector lord absolute geniuses, and emperor level undyings will create such level of technique. Above that is pinnacle. Like your other teacher Tru Yen, who is able to survive even before a knight, he's as powerful as a normal knight. A being like that, or even like your senior Kadi, who was extremely powerful during sector lord level, they would normally create pinnacle level techniques. The knights all mostly create pinnacle techniques. Of course, it's just like what I told you, the opponents you face, from the 1000th to 1999th, they are all using pinnacle techniques. Hence, even within the pinnacle techniques, there are still huge differences. Even though Shi Luo Duo was strong, he was still only from a normal race like the Gold Horn race. They don't have the background of humanity, hence the techniques he created cannot compare to ours. This is why his techniques will only be about the level of the 1200th opponent you will face. As for the extreme level, the extreme level is too far away from you for now, the city leader smiled. When you can deal with the 2000th opponent, then we'll talk. Luo Feng was shocked within, immediately replying, yes teacher. Actually, you've already done not bad this time, the city leader said, with my full support in altering your opponents according to your improvement. While dealing with your weaknesses every time, under such circumstances, your efficiency in studying has risen hundreds to thousands of times. I still thought that with my help, I'd be able to help you create a top-level technique in 2000 years, but you exceeded my expectations, creating a pinnacle technique in 1200 years. Your comprehension is very high, at least. In the beast god path, it's extremely high. Luo Feng felt regretful within. The creation of a technique was very hard, to have someone specially arrange such opponents for him even the knights would find hard to do with such help. How could he not improve fast? 1200 years, it was akin to his own self-study of hundreds of thousands of years. How could teacher even know that even though my comprehension of the beast god path is high, it's not as high as you think, he pondered. I have the beast god statue to help me. I'm able to study it personally and understand it, feeling its aura. One who stays near vermilion is stained red, studying the statue daily made his improvement naturally fast. Go on. The city leader turned and walked into the energies, continue to fight against the warriors in the outer region wars, the life or death. Training will help you perfect your techniques and help you improve faster. Yes. Luo Feng bowed respectfully and vanished. In the 7th battlefield, Fog Island was shrouded in mist as a living ship flew. 1200 years, these 1200 years, the silver beast has vanished. No one on Fog Island has seen it since 4 demon undyings in their demon puppets sat separately, as the atmosphere was relaxed. It might have gone to the main continent. There are many strong warriors there, many officials, and even some emperors. Those emperors have all sorts of techniques. Anyone able to become emperor must have huge fortunes, and they are able to buy large amounts of automaton weapons or terrifying items. They aren't easy to deal with. The silver beast may even be killed by some emperor there. With the disappearance of the beast, Fog Island now has many more officials than before. Now there are 18 tyrants, and they are all extremely arrogant. Especially the star-eating sector lord amongst them. When the silver beast dominated the Fog Island, he remained hidden. Now that it's gone, he sure is arrogant. However, to be accurate, he is extremely strong. I heard that even against an official undying, he's able to keep up. His strength improvement is huge. 800 million km away from this living ship, a black disk ship was swiftly leaving Fog Island. Within that ship, a black armored Luo Feng stood and looked at the undyings, chatting. 800 million km away, he said softly. The silver beast banished it simply. Can't find any opponent here on Fog Island. The main continent is supposed to have a lot more powerful warriors, with many official levels. About one would easily bump into officials everywhere and occasionally the emperors. I have to be careful. Officials are already hard to deal with, and emperors have even more wealth than I do. And there will be other race assassins about. They may come up at any time. Luo Feng thought, on the main continent, I definitely cannot reveal the connection between the star-eating sector lord and the silver beast. If the other races don't know my trump cards, my chances of survival would be much higher. Battle danger. Bring it. Luo Feng gazed into the distance at the incredibly vast main continent. That was the Yanji main continent, which was tens of thousands of times bigger than Fog Island, and many strong warriors were there. The black disk ship continued to head towards the main continent. The main continent had a largest diameter of 18 light-years its surrounding. Thousands of islands together didn't even add up to a tenth of the main continent. The main continent had a black disk ship flying at sub-light speed above its desert. Luo Feng, 960 million kilometers away, there's a team with 3 Undyings and an army of over 10,000. According to the army's conversation, there should be one official Undying amongst the 3, and he's pretty strong. After a while, Luo Feng, 980 million kilometers away, there's a team stationed in the desert. There are 2 Undyings and 23 sector lords according to what they are saying. They should have just finished a battle and lost quite a bit of their strength. Their team has just 1 official. After a while, the leader of the team is an official. The leader of the team is an official. Luo Feng sat in the sofa of the control room, casually sipping his wine, listening to the reports of Babata. "All right, Babata, you don't have to tell me everything in detail." Luo Feng put down his glass. "You don't even have to scan. I'll be able to guess that every team almost definitely has an official." "Indeed, the master of Babata, you are wise," Babata mocked. When Luo Feng reached domain lord level, according to the living AI's most basic system, it would automatically regard Luo Feng as its master. However, as it was already a living AI with its own emotions, it still naturally resonated more with its old master, Hu Yanbo. It normally called Luo Feng by name, hardly ever calling him master. The name was just his way of calling him. As a living AI, Babata naturally respected Luo Feng as its master. This was the special quality of a living AI, like the automaton race, a pinnacle race of the universe. Every one of them was a living AI. They had strict limitations about authority within their bodies, and they would never have an incident where the lower-ranking warriors would disrespect the higher rankings. It could be said that they were the most united race of the universe. Wise my ass. I've been in the Yanji main continent for 36 days, discovering over 800 teams, whether it's other races or human teams. According to what I've seen, there's never been a team without an official." Luo Feng shook his head. "It's obvious that every team here has an official." "Strange. According to the information I gathered, among the Undyings, the generals should take up 2-3 RDS of the Undyings, the officials 1/3, and there should be very few emperors. With the percentage of officials that high, out of every team of 3 to 5 Undyings, there would most definitely be one within a team without an official. Cannot survive on the main continent." Luo Feng smiled. It was just like when the star-eating sector lord appeared on Fog Island. It forced the Undyings into group in 5 or 6. One theory was the high percentage of officials meant that more teams would have officials, forcing the teams without one to form alliances with another that had at least one official. That way, their chances of survival were much higher. Otherwise, if they were attacked by a team with an official, they would be massacred. Official. They had undying bodies, and it was very rare that officials were killed, unless a particular enemy official was very proficient in soul attacks. Looks like there are very few emperors after flying here for 36 Days, I haven't even seen an emperor team. Luo Feng shook his head. That is very normal, it takes about 2 years to fly past the entire continent, and that is flying in a straight line if we want to search the entire continent, considering that the emperors don't move at all, even. Searching for 10,000 years wouldn't be enough, you've only flown for 36 days, do you think it would be that easy to find an emperor? Even if you bump into one, his scanning device may be even more advanced than yours, it may completely block off yours, and we wouldn't even be able to discover him. Luo Feng shook his head. Babada, Luo Feng ordered. Activate all abilities of the second scanning device, and maintain number 1's normal state and close off all of its jamming abilities, only maintain its protection status, Luo Feng ordered. Understood. Babada immediately did so. The first device was the one he spent a huge fortune on in Primal Chaos City. To exchange for, this was definitely something an emperor would use. The second one was the one he got when used the golden horned beast to kill the official level Undying Finya. This one would cost about a few 100,000 mixed elements too, it was not bad. Right now, he closed off all jamming systems of the first device. Then, as long as the enemy teams had devices better than his second device, they would be able to find Luo Feng. It was hard to find any device better than his first device, however, it was easy to find people with those better than his second. Luo Feng, you sure are crafty. Not crafty, just bored. I have to catch some fish, luring them to eat my bait. 310 million kilometers away, there was a completely black living ship flying within its control room. Despicable human, actually having an undying plant, if not for it, I'd long kill them. A scaled wolf-head man roared. The humans are simply too wealthy. Even an official human has an undying plant. Humans are wealthy. Another undying with large compound eyes and butterfly wings said beside him. If it was Luo Feng, he could instantly tell. This was the Wei race, a powerful race that wasn't subservient to the demons. Actually, there were many other powerful races in the Outer Region Wars that weren't subservient to the 4 pinnacle races. Some of them sent their members after discussion with the pinnacle races, just for experience and training. Even to the point that there were other pinnacle races besides the 4. After all, demons, automaton, humans, and bugs, these were but 4 of the 6 pinnacle races of the universe. As their territories were close, they often clashed and fought. There were 2 other pinnacle races in the universe. As they were much further away, naturally they wouldn't get too involved in the big wars. Otherwise, just the cost of transportation alone would be shocking. However, there were some members of the 2 pinnacle races that were willing to come fight. Like the Kawu race, even though they belonged to the side of the bugs. In truth, they were subservient to one of the 2 distant pinnacle races. Humans are very adept at machinery and living things. Another way undying said with envy, combined with the one and only virtual universe network, combining the entire strength of humanity, using their resources most efficiently, it's made it hard for any other race to match them. Humph. Humans have poor body structures, hence, they are much weaker than us demons. This is why they have to use other tactics to match us, the wolf-head man said. It's a pity that the space beasts are too proud, not wanting to be part of us demons. Those proud space beasts should think too. They have high intelligence and talents, and they are huge beasts. They should naturally be Part of us demons, this is especially true for the pinnacle 12 bloodlines. They are even higher than our royal bloodlines, it's a pity. The space beasts have powerful strength, but no territories, it sure is. Peculiar, a way lady spoke. Even without territories, they are situated throughout the universe. The wolf-head man said the space beasts are scattered throughout the universe. Many sector lord pinnacle beasts never meeting another in their lifetimes. Unless they become undying and have eternal life, only then could they make contact with the space beast core. The Space Beast Alliance, that's one of the super alliances of the universe. If that alliance was willing to merge with the demons, our demons would definitely become the top pinnacle race, the wolf-head man exclaimed. The demons and space beasts did have many disputes. Actually, as a whole, the space beasts were like a strengthened demon race. The demons couldn't be blamed in wanting them to merge. While these three undyings were discussing humans, demons, and space beasts. The wolf-head man looked at his arm screen. The other two Wei undyings looked at him. Captain, the two of them asked curiously. We've discovered a ship, it's a human, the wolf-head man said seriously. What's special about a human ship? The lady smiled. Looks like the captain is triggered by humans. No, there's only one human on the ship, and it's a sector lord, the scaled wolf-head man emphasized. Sector lord. How can that be? The two Wei undyings were shocked. The main continent was filled with powerful warriors. It was almost certain there would be an official within every team or someone with the abilities of an official. However, there was a human sector lord on the main continent now. A human sector lord actually dares to come to Yanji main continent. Is he looking to die? The other two undyings couldn't believe this. I've thought of a person, the wolf-head man said suddenly. Do you remember the star-eating sector lord I spoke off on Fog Island? Fog Island star-eating sector lord. The two Wei undying single eyes gleamed. I heard that he has the strength of an official and an 100-vine star eating plant. The wolf man revealed a smile. This human sector lord could very likely be the star-eating sector lord. Maybe he found himself invincible on Fog Island and decided to come to the main continent. How stupid. The main continent isn't like Fog Island at all. Let's kill him. Are there any objections? Of course not. The two other undyings laughed. Let's get close, the wolf-head man ordered. So the living ship swiftly flew towards Luo Feng's ship. The living ship got closer. Look, that human sector lord is still casually sipping wine. The leading scaled wolf-head man pointed at the screen and mocked. If only he knew that he was being watched by the demon clan's pinnacle official warrior from the Gold Fear race, he'd probably be weak in his knees. From the fear, the Wei lady laughed. Beside her, the Wei man nodded and said coldly, ignorance is bliss. Let's help him die faster. To have such power at sector lord level, he's definitely an absolute genius by the demon alliance standards. His rewards would be extremely high. It is very high. The wolf-head man nodded. Hence we need to record footage of the battle and keep his body and items to prove our work. Unlike the humans that had the virtual universe, the demon communication system was much more backwards. They could only maintain consciousness communication in the 7th battlefield and were unable to project images or footage, much less the synchronized broadcast of the virtual universe network. Understood. The two Wei undyings were excited. Within the ship, Luo Feng sat in his control room and sipped his wine, revealing a peculiar smile, muttering to himself, ignorance is bliss, right? you guys are right. You are very blissful right now, because you don't know what's about to hit. The contribution points I'll get from you will be pretty high. Official pinnacle, hee. I am much stronger than the boulder of Fog Island. The golden horned beast should have no problems getting rid of you. 5 minutes, 4 minutes. Countdown 30 seconds. 30, 29, 28. Luo Feng's first scanner clearly recorded the distance between his ship and the living ship. So, an undying light ball that was being condensed instantly shot through tens of thousands of km, hitting the black disk ship. Luo Feng was in the E9 ship was instantly torn apart, with large amounts of alloy remains shooting in all directions. The entire ship was exploded open along with the space itself, as countless space fragments shook. After a while, the fragments regained their form. Amidst the ripples a black silhouette stood in space. He held a shield and had a blade on his back. Little punk, you sure got some guts coming to Yanji main continent. A sharp voice resounded from the butterfly-winged undying with compound eyes. The way a lady spoke, only at a sector lord level. You must be an absolute genius of humanity. How can you be so stupid? His stupidity gives us points, the Wei man said from the other side. Don't waste time, hurry, and kill him, the wolf-head man said from the distance. The three undyings surrounded Luo Feng from all sides. So noisy. Luo Feng brandished his blade from the scabbard on his back, his gaze gleaming coldly at the three undyings. Poor little, the Wei lady had just begun to speak. Hoo. The two Wei undyings simultaneously became blurs, leaving a S-curve as they flew towards Luo Feng. They shot out large amounts of white threads from both hands, seemingly like spider web. Luo Feng, however, saw through it easily. The thread shot through the distance, slashing the space and creating a thin slit. The two undyings released over 10 million threads that wrapped around Luo Feng from all about, wanting to trap him within. The Wei race sure is powerful. Their methods aren't ordinary at all. However, these two are obviously still too weak. Luo Feng shook his head. Hua. Countless white threads wrapped about him. What an idiot, he doesn't even block it, the Wei undying male mocked. Even though the two of us are weaker, however, even if the captain was caught by us, he wouldn't be able to break free immediately. The ladies' compound eyes sneered, after which however their smiles vanished, because, just as the white threads began to form their cocoon around Luo Feng, they were shocked to realize that the black silhouette was already thousands of km away. How can that be? How can his dodging speed be even faster than us? The two undyings were shocked. Luo Feng simply glanced at them while creating his techniques. The 182nd opponent set by his teacher, the Primal Chaos City leader, was a Wei undying. Back then the golden horned beast fought against that undying. That opponent was emperor level, and his power and skills were at a much higher level. The Wei race were well known in speed and dodging, and they could naturally spit threads. The threads they made were incredibly flexible and sturdy. The moment they formed a cocoon, they would trap their opponents. Even if the enemy had his body completely shattered, he wouldn't be able to escape. This was like a cage that was almost impossible to escape from in a short time. It was a pity. Luo Feng had detailed information about them within his inherited memories. And with battle experience against an emperor-level Wei undying, how could he be bothered with these two barely official punks? Dai Luo Feng flashed 3 times, leaving behind warps within the 10,000 kilometers area, almost like lightning that was warping. Strike travel. The Wei man immediately hurriedly tried to dodge and use his threads to stop Luo Feng, but it couldn't be helped. Luo Feng was faster than him by a large margin. Hua. The blood shadow blade instantly left behind a terrifying flash. This silver flash was invincible, slashing through space itself, leaving behind torn fragments of space and creating a silver Milky Way. The flash of the blade formed a Milky Way. With that Milky Way, it couldn't be stopped. Rumble, the shocked Wei undying, was instantly torn to shreds. Moon policy first form Milky Way across the sky. Hua. Hua. Another 2 flashes and 2 more Milky Ways appeared in the space, one tearing apart the Wei lady and another rushing straight at the wolf head demon. 3 Milky Ways attacking 3 undyings. Hell. The body of the wolf-head man instantly broke apart, a powerful hell erupted. As a huge gold-scaled beast with a wolf head but with a horn on top appeared. Its head scales had incomparably complex engravings. One of the royal demon empires, the Gold Fear race. They were renowned for swallowing. They were somewhat similar to a weakened golden-horned beast. Captain, I lost 3 of my undying body. I lost 2 of my undying body. The 2 Wei undyings reformed their bodies in mid-air, as their eyes filled with rage and shock. They had just recently completed their undying bodies. Hence, they weren't fully stable yet. However, they were barely official level. To damage their undying bodies, one had to at least have barely emperor strength or close to emperor ability. Indeed, the current Luo Feng and his human body did have close to emperor strength. His basic strength was 1,000 times that of a normal sector lord, which was at a low official level. In terms of skill, over 1,000 years of creating his techniques and studying the beast god statue, with it in hand, it allowed him to reach the beast god presence of passing the heavenly bridge's 18th level. This was already at the emperor level. As for his usage of the blade, he had created the pinnacle technique moon policy. The 3 had combined skill and blade work with the increase in body strength. This allowed him to have close to emperor level strength. After all, the true pinnacle emperors like Bloodthirst Emperor, Fantasy Spirit, etc., the techniques they created were only top-class level, but Luo Feng's blade work was indeed very intrepid. A human sector lord with close to emperor level strength. If we kill him, how much points would we get? He may be slightly stronger than me, but it can't be by that much. The 2 Wei idiots just finished their undying bodies, and they have yet to stabilize it. Even I have the ability to damage one of their bodies at a time. The Gold Fear race demon's eyes were burning, and this human is just a sector lord. He doesn't even have an undying body. The worst case scenario, I'll burn some of my undying energy and give it my all to kill him. Such a genius, his points should be akin to an emperor. Killing a sector lord genius had a much higher reward than killing a similar level undying sector lord with the strength of an emperor. Killing him would give him the points akin to actually killing an emperor. The 2 of them actually got injured, and their undying bodies were damaged. Luo Feng glanced at the 2 Wei undyings. So weak, my earth body only has close to emperor strength, and not even a true emperor. Hell. The distant Gold Fear demon rushed over and opened its mouth. A terrifying Suction strength immediately acted on Luo Feng's body. He probably wouldn't dare forcefully swallow a similar level pinnacle official, but a human sector lord. Even if he was strong, he was still human without an undying body. He immediately attempted to swallow him. The sky and land grew dark as the powerful space energy acted on his body. Luo Feng instantly took out the undying star-eating plant that instantly swelled and covered 100,000 kilometers of space. Let's see how you swallow this. Luo Feng's other body was the golden-horned beast. Naturally, he was clear on the weakness of this ability. The swallowing area had a limit. A 100,000 kilometers diameter plant was something the demon had no way of swallowing. Hell! The demon was forced to stop abruptly as it held. Countless gold lights appeared in the surrounding space, and within this gold domain the demon rushed at Luo Feng. Be my training partner. Once I'm done, the golden-horned beast will kill you. And get the points. Luo Feng wielded his blood shadow blade and instantly rushed at him. In the air above the vast desert, a huge terrifying gold-fear demon was battling against a black-armored man. The battle was intense as the both of them were fighting at close combat. Puchi. The slash that left behind slits in the space only managed to slice through the scales and skin of the gold-fear demon, even though gold blood spewed out. With his undying energy flowing within his body, such injuries meant nothing to him. How the demon clawed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng flashed about, instantly dodging his attacks while attacking again. His blade flashed across the skies. Despicable human, the demon held. After fighting for a while, he's too cunning. His dodging and hiding abilities are simply too good. I cannot even hurt him. He had initially thought he'd engage in close combat with the advantage of his undying body, thinking it would be incredibly easy to kill him. However, he realized that the human was simply too fast. Even after so many exchanges, he only managed to clash blades once in a while, without even harming him once. Anxious rage. Killing this human will be very hard, unless I burn my undying body. The beast recognized the fact. I have to report to the Alliance. It thought a human sector lord with strength close to an emperor. He's definitely an absolute genius. Even with just the report, if confirmed, I will get quite some points. The beast immediately began his report via his device in his world ring. I'm on Yenji main continent. My coordinates are. I've discovered a human sector lord proficient in blade work. I believe that he's the star-eating sector lord from Fog Island. His true strength is a little stronger than a pinnacle official, and closer to emperor. My two-way underlings had just gotten their undying bodies, and his attack actually damaged their undying bodies, the gold-fear beast reported. A pity. The communication systems of the demon race was simply too weak. It was unable to even send images, and was only capable of mental communication. Even the confirmation of the contribution points will be taken care of only after the report reached the base. The human virtual universe network synchronized broadcast, on the other hand, could easily confirm the battle situation, sending points immediately. My blade is actually able to pressure this gold-fear demon, combined with my movement skill. It's perfect. Luo Feng was excited as he battled. The feeling of battling in the outer region wars sure is different from the virtual universe. In the virtual universe, one would subconsciously recognize it was all simulated. All of them were fake. This was a natural instinct. Even if it did have the ability to train his techniques, it was unable to produce the feeling of fear and caution within Luo Feng. The outer region wars, however, were different. The enemy may produce surprise tactics at any time. He didn't dare get careless at any time like this gold fear beast. The moment he burned his undying body, he would instantly have emperor-level strength of course that was akin to burning his soul, and unless it was truly necessary, he wouldn't do so. Training complete. Time to let the golden-horned beast appear. Luo Feng immediately used his first scanning device to jam the enemy's devices simultaneously from afar. A huge silver silhouette appeared. Its high-speed movement made it seem like a blur. It rushed straight at the two Wei Undyings. They are actually in a stalemate. Accurately speaking, the captain is losing. The two Wei Undyings watching the fight from the distance were both stunned. No problem, the captain has an undying body. Even though he's losing, there's no danger, and the moment he burns 2/5 of his undying body, he'll settle the human quickly. Even though almost all of the points will go to him, as long as we get a little, that's still something. The two Wei Undyings were chatting when they suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. What? They turned fiercely, and their compound eyes saw an incredibly glaring silver light tearing past space. It slashed past space like it was tofu. They didn't even have time to react as the silver light sliced past them. This wasn't some silver light, it was the silver beast's Shawu wings. Wings like a blade, sturdy and piercing, slashing past everything. Wang. Wang. The two low officials had already lost some of the undying bodies when the human Luo Feng slashed them as the Shawu wings sliced them apart. The space energy from the wings instantly caused their bodies to degrade and get reduced to nothing. The beast flapped its wings and headed straight for Luo Feng and the Gold Fear Demon. The Gold Fear Demon had discovered the silver beast the moment it attacked the two Wei Undyings. However, when it discovered they were instantly destroyed, the demon was completely shocked. What? Emperor Undying? Definitely an emperor. Since it's so relaxed, it's definitely not a low emperor, at least a high-level emperor. The demon was filled with fear. No wonder the scanning device couldn't detect it. Its scanning device must be much more advanced than mine. Damn, what beast is this? Flee, flee, flee. The Gold Fear Demon couldn't care about the human genius anymore. Immediately fleeing. Flee. Luo Feng pretended to be shocked too as he turned and fled. One human and one demon were both fleeing. Hope that Emperor Undying chases that human. The demon thought within. Go. Chase that human. Ah, why are you chasing me? He's caught up. Who? The Shawu wings flapped and the golden-horned beast instantly caught up with the demon. Voila! The wings acted like blades. Moon policy was firstly created as a winged attack, and was especially used with the Shawu wings. Even though it was altered to be used as a blade technique, it was obviously much more wanton and carefree as a winged attack. The silver light slashed past his space. The Gold Fear Demon was sliced in half. Fresh blood along with its organs could be clearly seen. The blood and organs seemed to be held by a formless power as the two bodies quickly rejoined. I lost 6 of my undying body. The demon was extremely shocked. This is a pinnacle emperor. Pinnacle emperor. It was a pinnacle official. To easily harm a pinnacle official's body, one had to have a pinnacle emperor's strength. Spare me, spare me, the demon immediately communicated. Puchi. Puchi. The golden horned beast flashed over and over, slashing the demon countless times. Its speed was simply too fast. The moment his body reformed, he was sliced apart again, instantly losing 50 of his undying body. Spare me, Senior, don't force me, the demon was worried. Hua. The beast attacked again, and it made the demon fall into despair. Go and die, the demon held and used the remaining energy within to self destruct the countless years of accumulation of his undying body. It held terrifying amounts of energy. It instantly exploded, and the force of the explosion instantly reached the level of a pinnacle emperor's level of attack. Rumble. Hundreds of thousands of km of the space above the desert was instantly torn apart. Countless space fragments were shredded. The golden horned beast had immediately flashed away the moment it discovered the undying demon was about to self-destruct, simultaneously hiding behind the Shawu wings. The wings grew in size and completely covered the beast as it was knocked back a few hundred km before stopping. The Shawu wings had diffused over 90 of the force, even though the remaining force exceeded the 10,000 sector lord limit of its general armor. The armor still diffused 90 of the remaining force. That little force remaining was only about over 6,000 sector lord strength. It was but a tickle to the golden horned beast. Luo Feng, who was pretending to flee, stopped too. It quickly let the beast collect the items left behind and put him back in his internal world. Powerful. My beast god presence is already at the 18th level, and with my pinnacle technique, Luo Feng thought. However, my body structure side is only still at the basic emperor level. With the three together, it gives me a high emperor strength. The Shawu wings are simply too powerful. The space energy it produces sure is terrifying. It's able to harm even a pinnacle official's body. Luo Feng was extremely happy. He took the items from the three officials and produced another ship, swiftly leaving within the management department of the demons in the outer region wars. Confirmed report. A human sector lord with close to emperor level strength has been discovered. On Yanji main continent, he should be an absolute genius of humanity, ranking among the top 100 of human sector lord geniuses. Looking at the result produced by the AI, two completely black-colored puppets sat there. Having close to emperor strength, he should be a core genius of one of the 5 Leviathans, like the primal region sector lords of the virtual universe company. Even though there are 100 of them, only 1/3 of them are probably able to reach close to emperor-level strength. A completely black-bodied man with a lion head said seriously. Indeed. There were indeed over 100 human geniuses that had close to emperor level. Those sector lords that have trained for up to millions of years, their law comprehension would at least reach up to the 18th level. Combined with their trump cards and techniques, they could produce close to emperor level strength. However, close to emperor level, just that alone was very difficult to kill a low-level official. I didn't expect the star-eating sector lord of Fog Island to have such strength. He had only killed normal undyings back then, battling with the weak officials of Fog Island. Now he actually has close to emperor-level strength. Another black-bodied puppet with 99 miniature heads spoke. The human geniuses are all well hidden. It's hard to find one for such a genius to be that powerful at sector lord level. The moment he becomes undying, he's set to become an emperor, and he could very likely be a high emperor, or even Pinnacle Emperor when he gets an undying body, killing him would cost tens of millions of times more even though his strength is not weak now. He still doesn't have an undying body, and killing him is still easy. Such a threat should be eliminated as early as possible, the lion head demon said. The puppet with 99 heads nodded. I'll immediately report this and let the upper management give the order. In the desolate regions of Yanji main continent, there was an ancient palace that lay amidst endless ice mountains. No one knew when it was built, however. It had become Purple Sky Emperor of the demon race's territory. The captain's mood hasn't been too good recently. I just heard her scolding the vice captain earlier. We've been on the Yanji main continent for close to 10,000 years, and yet I've never seen her so troubled. Right, however I heard that she's this troubled because of a human genius. Really? I'm not sure, I just heard that. Two demon undyings in their puppet bodies were discussing secretly. They were both members of the renowned Purple Sky team of Yanji main continent. Purple Sky team. It was one of the teams that was well known, and its captain, Purple Sky Emperor, was an emperor undying of the demon race, who had the ability to teleport. The vice captain was also a low-level emperor, and almost all of the other members were pinnacle official. The weakest was at high-level official level. Such a team, naturally it was renowned within the main continent. Even though it was powerful, it couldn't be called invincible. Within the depths of the palace, a lady with an incredibly beautiful fox head wore a black robe. Her puppet body wasn't too different from her real body. Her expression and gaze were also incredibly alluring. Bastard. Plus that bastard, he actually dares to provoke me. The wolf-head lady was incredibly angry. Luckily the upper echelon are wise. Can they blame me? It's been a year since I got the mission, and none of the members in the entire Demon Alliance in Yanji continent have even seen the human sector lord. If they can't even find him, how will I kill him? How will I do it? Plus, he dares to call me useless. Can they blame me? This idiot, he's definitely enticed by the contribution points, by killing a human sector lord whose points given were akin to an emperor. It's hard to blame him. It's a pity that you won't get it, idiot. Purple Sky Emperor cursed. Within, she was sullen. Even though she was an emperor with teleportation, normally official, and emperor levels all had undying bodies. With her ability, she could at most kill a pinnacle official. As for emperor warriors, there wasn't a single emperor on the entire Yanji continent that could have a 100 guarantee of killing one. A low-level emperor was incredibly hard to kill. A high-level emperor was naturally even harder. Hence, to kill a human sector lord and still get points akin to an emperor, this was naturally incredibly lucrative. Her close to 10,000 years of points probably didn't even add up to a tenth of this mission. Hence when she got the mission she was extremely excited. One had to know that even though they were on Yanji main continent, the demon race had only 2 emperors. However, there were a total of 329 emperors in the Demon Alliance. The demon race had a lot of subservient races after all, along with some others that weren't subservient, but those who come along from a distant location, to be part of the demon race, to take part in the outer region wars added up to the 329 emperors on the main continent under the Demon Alliance. This mission was one that everybody eyed. However, the internal department of the demons naturally passed off such missions to their own, since Purple Sky Emperor had teleportation. Hence she Got the job back then. It had made many others jealous, but it was useless as this was an order from the top. Purple Sky was very happy. She couldn't wait to go kill the human sector lord. All of the members in the Demon Alliance on Yenji continent were given the order to immediately report if they discovered the human sector lord with strength akin to an official. The moment they determined the location, Purple Sky Emperor would immediately teleport over. 1 or 2 light years of distance was very easy to teleport to. It could be said that the entirety of Yenji main continent was within her teleportation range. She could instantly reach any location within the continent the moment she got a report. She would immediately teleport over to kill the human sector lord and acquire the huge amount of points. What a simple job. Useless. The information department sure is lousy. It's been a year and no reports have come over. No one has even discovered the human sector lord, she raged. Within being able to see the prize and yet not get it was hard to swallow. The upper echelon gave her the opportunity to get so many points and yet there hadn't been a single report. Human sector lord. I don't believe that you'll stay hidden forever. Our Demon Alliance takes up a quarter of the main continent, hence, I don't believe no one will bump into you. As long as you reveal yourself, you'll be dead. Purple Sky grit her teeth. She was waiting in anticipation while not knowing when it would happen was hard to bear. At this time, Luo Feng didn't even know he had become an important target for the demon race. Die. A glaring silver flash slashed past the air above the ocean. The space was instantly torn apart as a Milky Way covered the skies. The short half a meter tall other race Undying was instantly slashed in two. He was still relaxed before, but after reforming, he was filled with fear and shock as he discovered he lost 18 of his undying body. How can this be? How can this be? The official Undying was extremely shocked. Hua. Hua. A few more silver slashes. The Undying couldn't even escape, only managing to self-destruct at the last moment. The battle had ended. Who amidst the ripples, Luo Feng floated in space, a black pair of wings flapping behind him. Undying bodies are sure hard to kill. The first time I came to Yenji main continent, the Earth body had hurt the Wei Undyings. That was truly lucky. Those 2 Undying bodies were probably still very weak and new now. However, I am coming across the stronger basic officials, and I'm unable to hurt them relying on my blade alone. Luo Feng shook his head. Using my blade is ineffective against them. I have to rely on the Shawu wings. The Shawu wings sure are powerful, even though the Earth body is much weaker and can only trigger a pitiful amount of its space energy. I am still able to kill a low-level official already. Time to leave. Luo Feng collected the goods and sat in his ship, leaving far from the battlefield. Within the ship, Luo Feng sat in the control room. Same old rules applied. He closed off his first device's jamming abilities and using his second device normally. The Shawu wings sure are useful. With it, the Earth body that could only kill an Undying general before can now kill a low-level official, and the Golden Horned Beast can kill a pinnacle official. And the wings also make the enemies unable to sense my power level accurately. Hee. He laughed happily. When he first came to the main continent, clashing with the Goldfear demon and Wei Undyings, Luo Feng realized a problem. There were too many powerful warriors on the main continent, totally unlike Fog Island. There, Low official can become a tyrant, with only 10 or so of them in this main continent. However, I heard there are over 1,000 emperors. These were facts. Even though the humans only had 3 emperors on the main continent, however, there were many other subservient races under humanity and its alliances. Together, they had a few hundred emperors. After all, this included tens of thousands of races, with 1 emperor for every 10 races on the main continent. This made the number of emperors very high. In total, the main continent had over 1,000 emperors. Naturally, compared to the large amounts of generals and officials, the emperor numbers were incredibly pitiful. There are many powerful warriors on Yenji continent. I could still mess around on Fog Island, however on the main continent, battling over and over with official pinnacles with the chance of meeting a low emperor, this could result in the other races targeting me. Teacher had warned me of this before. What can I do? Luo Feng had pondered back then. He quickly came up with an idea. The Shawu wings. The wings were a true treasure, and when used on the golden horned beast, it completely hid the beast's energy levels. The natural pressure it released made the enemy think it was a powerful warrior. One theory was the wings on the earth body could naturally hide his energy. I'm so smart. Combining the earth body with the wings and controlling the pressure released, acting as a pinnacle official. The golden horned beast with the wings can release more strength. Hee. That way, a pinnacle official human becomes extremely normal here. Luo Feng was very happy. After which, he acted according to his plan. Exploring the main continent, the beast and his human body would never appear simultaneously. Some battles were for his earth body to train, and the beast would never reveal itself unless an unexpected danger presented itself. These battles were for him to work on his blade work and study moon policy. During some other battles, the human body wouldn't even show himself, and used the golden horned beast from the beginning combined with the Shawu wings. These battles were mainly for accumulating contribution points. After all, the efficiency of the beast in collecting points was much higher. These were the 2 types of battles. One was for training and the other was for points. Luo Feng was having a blast on the main continent. It had been a year since his battle with the Wei Undyings. There had been 6 battles, and he had encountered 10 other Undyings, during which he used his earth body to battle 3 of them, and 3 for the golden horned beast. He killed a total of 5 officials and 3 generals. The efficiency was very high. A low official is not even worth me training my blade work. I have to find powerful warriors, like a high official, to give me a good challenge. Luo Feng was very excited, battling the many other races along with their many techniques and methods gave him an excitement from the hunt. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had been on the Yenji main continent for 3 years now. He had had a very fulfilling 3 years, battling and training as he improved. Most of his time was spent studying the battles, laws, and beast god presence, while studying his techniques, and so on. He had a total of 15 battles over these 3 years, killing 22 official Undyings, and 19 generals, of which 18 officials and 13 generals were killed by the golden horned beast, while the human body only killed 4 officials and 9 generals. He had relied on the Shawu wings to kill the officials. This made Luo Feng feel that he was still very weak. Even though his comprehension speed was fast, having only trained for a few thousands years, the other primal region sector lords couldn't hold a candle to his efficiency. However, those that had trained for up to 1,000,000 years were close to his level of comprehension. They were all official level standard. And the top 23 were close to emperor level standard. The top few all had comprehension levels reaching the 18th level of the heavenly bridge. However, they were all still extremely far from Kudi's level as the law. Comprehension got harder and harder the more one trained. True Yen was stuck on the 20th level, spending trillions of years and yet still being unable to pass the 21st level. The levels towards the end were much harder. Breaking through from the 18th to the 19th was almost akin to the difficulty of the first to 18th levels added together. The difficulty compounded as it grew. Hence, even though the 18th to the 20th may seem short, almost every generation of primal region sector lords all reach the 18th. However, to reach the 20th it probably took 10 million eras for one. These 3 years, Luo Feng had made a name for himself. The golden horned beast had killed pinnacle officials even though only 2 out of the 18 were pinnacle officials. The name of the beast had spread wide. After all, many of the 18 were high officials. This was something only a high-level emperor could do. The strong were numerous on the main continent, with countless races, yet there were only over 1,000 emperors. Every one of them had their own reputation. The golden horned beast always appeared as the silver beast, and since its winged attacks were terrifying, naturally it got the nickname Silver-Winged Emperor. As for the Earth body, he was considered a very normal standard on the main continent. Naturally it didn't attract any attention. The 4th year Luo Feng was on the main continent, within the automaton virtual base. Ci Wei Ka in the streets, a tall automaton youth suddenly shouted, "Senior!" His body was mainly silver, and there was some gold at its waist and shoulder areas. From a glance, it looked like a handsome alloy automaton youth was lowering its head in respect. "Ci Wei Ka, how are your gains in the outer region wars?" The tall youth smiled and asked. "I've already completed 51-2 of the Master's mission. I'm currently in the 7th battlefield's Yenji main continent. There are many other powerful warriors here. My efficiency will keep rising, killing over 1,000 more. Almost official levels will probably help me accomplish the goal." The handsome youth smiled. The automaton race had very unique differences from the other races, because every one of them were born as living AIs. They were born recognizing their master. Within the race, a knight would naturally make some undyings recognize it as their master. The powerful leader of the automaton race, who was comparable to the primal Chaos City leader, would naturally make some knights recognize it as their master. These processes were carried out much earlier unless their strengths were to someday exceed their masters. Only then would the master remove the binding. If not, they were bound by their roles forever. The entire automaton race had this pyramid hierarchy. One universe master controlled large amount of knights. The knights controlled even more undyings. They had emotions. They could feel rage, jealousy, excited, happiness, and so on. However, the master binding was something within their core. The moment their masters were picked, they would definitely abide by them, without a single thought of betrayal. While they may feel jealous of some other comrades, they would remain completely loyal to their master. The pyramid hierarchy ruled all. This was the automaton race, a definite level of strictness, without even a single thought of betrayal. This was a terrifying race. Completed 51 to Ci Wei Ka, you sure are exceptional, it's no wonder the master pampers you, the tall youth laughed oddly. My debt to the master, I will naturally give it my all in return. The handsome youth remained humble, maintaining his respect. Very good, keep up the good work, hurry, and become an emperor, the tall youth ordered. Yes, senior, I will definitely work hard and learn from you, the handsome youth lowered his head. The tall automaton youth replied, leaving the youth Ci Wei Ka alone after. Inside, however, he was indignant. Isn't he just a weak ship-living AI that accompanied the master back then, having life-or-death experiences with the master? Now he's only an official pinnacle, yet the master pampers him more than me. If the master hadn't helped you out that much, how could you kill so many officials? You make it sound so easy, finishing your mission after killing another 1,000 or so more. Let's hope you fall in the battlefield. The handsome youth glanced at his senior leaving, his eyes gleaming coldly. These followers the master collected, especially the emperors, they are all stronger than me, and give me guidance, but what a bunch of idiots. When I was going through life-or-death situations with the master, where were you all? You are jealous of the relationship I have with the master. If it weren't for the race rules, forcing me to show respect to the higher level comrades, I wouldn't even be bothered with you all. Ci Wei Ka was unsatisfied within. He looked down on these emperors. The master treated him like a brother. Why would he bother with the emperors? I can meet the master and report straight to him. These punks, they probably have to wait just to meet the master. Ci Wei Ka rubbed his nose and looked up, heading towards where his master was. The virtual world, created by the automaton race, could spread within a star region. Hence every one of the hundreds of regions the race had, they each had one virtual world. Even though they were scattered in different regions, everyone was able to communicate with the main base, with that as the main coordinator. Naturally, this was all very complicated, and the normal automaton warriors didn't have the right to enter Ci Wei Ka through the special virtual world set up in the outer region wars by the automaton race. He could use his consciousness to enter the main base. Only then could it communicated with his master. The automaton virtual main base was called Indigo World. A pyramid ship flew in the air above Yanji main continent. The automaton youth dressed in his jade green armor opened his eyes and smiled. The master treats me well. I only have to complete 80 of the mission for him to give me a treasure. If the other jealous seniors knew about this, they would probably erupt in rage. However, so what? Idiots. Even though in terms of strength alone, I cannot match them. However, in true battle, our automaton race is after all known for its usage of treasures and methods. With the many treasures and trump cards the master gave me, I can even deal with emperors. If forced into a corner, I can even harm a pinnacle emperor. Ci Wei Ka was that confident. Because he had killed many officials these past years, he naturally formed a sense of confidence from his experience. This human sector Lord scanning device, project. Ci Wei Ka ordered. Immediately, he could see the 3D image projected, and in it was a black armored human sector lord seated there crossed-legged. Human sector lord Yanji main continent actually has a human sector lord. He rubbed his alloy nose, frowning. His scanning device is pretty advanced. Even only the pinnacle officials of our race will have such a device. If it's the other races, normally only emperors would have such A weak human sector lord actually has such an advanced device. Luckily, my device was given to me from my master. It's much more advanced than even the emperors of our automaton race. Ci Wei Ka slapped his alloy chair. Standing up, this punk is still training. He hasn't detected me. His background must be huge. He may have special human treasures on him. And he may very likely be an absolute genius of humanity, even if that is not the case. His background alone must be huge, however the bigger the better. That means his wealth would be even more shocking. The more of a genius he is, the higher the contribution points will be. His eyes gleamed. Other race warriors didn't care about their backgrounds at all. Get close. I want to kill this human sector lord, Ci Wei Ka ordered. The low-cost pyramid ship immediately headed to where Luo Feng was training. There was a saying, walking alongside the river for long periods of time, how could one's shoes not get wet? Luo Feng had relied on his scanning device to fight whoever he wanted these past 3 years, jamming whoever he didn't want to fight. However, when the enemy's device was more advanced than his, that power naturally belonged to the enemy. At this time, Luo Feng didn't even know about the danger, and part of his consciousness was in the virtual universe. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain, 9-star bay, within his residence. A private movie hall. Luo Feng and Su Xian were enjoying a movie. There were just the two of them. This is much better than the movies of Earth, Su Xian said softly. Luo Feng held his wife's hand and smiled. The geniuses of the universe creating movies, whether it's the storyline or the virtual effects, etc., they are all much more exciting. Naturally, it gives a more thrilling experience. The couple chatted softly while watching. This was their way of maintaining their relationship. Luo Feng's expression suddenly changed. What's the matter? Su Xian was shocked. Sorry, my wife. Luo Feng smiled apologetically and vanished, returning to reality. He had encountered a dangerous situation. Su Xian suddenly stood up, nervous. She knew Luo Feng was in the outer region wars. Naturally, she was incredibly worried. Yanji main continent, within an ancient underground palace. The walls of this palace had ancient sacrificial pictures, and they had faint law ripples over trillions of years. They had yet to be fully destroyed. Luo Feng was shocked when he first saw them. Who knew what life forms lived here countless years ago? He sat cross-legged in the palace. Suddenly, rumble, rumble, rumble. 9 light pillars simultaneously pierced through the thick stone layer. Hitting the palace directly, the brute force of the lasers instantly broke apart the palace. Even the space around was ripped apart as large amount of rubble flew about. Luo Feng only awoke when the 9 pillars were hit. Not good. Black armor extended over his body, protecting his entire body as he swiftly lifted the beast god shield. A powerful glaring beam of light rippled onto Luo Feng as it shot through the palace. The power of the lasers were already reduced by half after piercing through the stone layer it first hit was on Luo Feng's beast god shield, allowing him to dodge in time. Darkness ensued. The underground palace crumbled. Luo Feng flew backwards too. Where is it from? Luo Feng immediately adjusted and flew through the torn space. While he pierced through the deep caves and surfacing out of the cave. He looked up and was shocked. In all directions, there were a total of 9 pyramid ships. It was clear from their positions that the 9 laser beams were shot from these 9 ships. Automaton ships. Luo Feng frowned. Automaton ships, Babata, can the scanning device detect these 9 ships? Luo Feng, the scanners are unable to determine the target. They are probably totally jammed. The enemy has a more advanced scanner than ours. Babata communicated mentally back, someone with a device more advanced than ours. Luo Feng, you need to be very careful. His strength could very likely be Emperor level. Luo Feng was very calm. Luo Feng could tell, from the surface energy barriers of the 9 pyramid ships, that every one of them was much more expensive than his Yunmo planet ship. Where is he from? Luo Feng was shocked. Just these 9 ships are all better than my Yunmo planet ship. From the feel of it, the energy barriers are very strong. Maybe only if I let the golden horned beast out will I be able to harm the 9 ships. Strong warrior. A true strong warrior of the automaton race. This wasn't the same automaton warrior that went after the same treasure as Hu Yanbo, that undying back then was only at general level. He wasn't that powerful, and his ship was only a pinnacle E grade. How could it compare to this warrior that could so easily brandish 9 extremely expensive pyramid ships? Bastard, I can't find a trace of him. Luo Feng was worried. This was the first time he had the taste of having an opponent with a better scanning device than himself. He had always toyed with the other opponents before, fighting and fleeing as he felt like. Now that power was completely in the hands of the enemy. So Luo Feng paused for a short 0.01 seconds in mid-air, before swiftly fleeing. Little punk, trying to flee. Ha ha ha, toying with a human sector lord that dared to come to the main continent. Sure is fun. Millions of km away from Luo Feng, Ci Wei Ka watched the scene in his control room with interest. When Luo Feng tried to flee, he instantly ordered, attack. The 9 dormant ships suddenly rumbled and their bottom parts tore open, revealing a few 100-meter wide cabin doors. Hua hua hua. Almost like locusts flying out, black automaton puppets shot out like lightning. The 9 ships simultaneously shot out large amounts of black puppets. Theoretically, these 9 ships were all 1/800 m tall, and with the engine within the ship, it was unable to fit too many puppets. However, at this moment, they flew out continuously, almost in a blink of an eye. Over a million black puppets had flown out of each ship. 9 million. Looking at the 9 directions, a blur of countless black puppets covered the skies. Luo Feng was stunned. These puppets were all 10 m tall, and completely black. They carried axes, blades, etc. on their backs, all sorts of weapons. Just where is this guy from? This is too absurd. 9 million F9 grade puppets, and every one of them is completely made of F9 grade metal black swan essence. Even if the costs are economized, every one of them is still made of so much metal. A single one alone should be worth 10 mixed elements. 9 million would be 90 million mixed elements. Spending such a huge fortune to buy a sea of puppets, this is too extravagant. Just where is this guy from? There was a saying that a sharp blade worked better. Similarly, 90 million mixed elements worth of wealth would do better being spent on precious treasures or weapons. But for 90 million puppets, truly controlling each with precision, normally 1 million was the limit, and any more would definitely be a waste. The 9 ships that shot out 1 million F9 puppets, each the closest one to Luo Feng, had its puppets simultaneously gather energy within their chests. Rumble. A million light beams shot at Luo Feng. They formed a huge 100 m in diameter pillar of light. So Luo Feng wielded the beast god shield and swiftly dodged. Weng 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 weng. 9 ships took turns to gather energy and attack in turns as the distance got closer. From the third attack on, Luo Feng was unable to dodge, no matter how fast he was. He could only rely on the beast god's shield and his soldier armor to defend, blocking the terrifying attacks. Luo Feng immediately unleashed his movement techniques, flying straight towards a group of the puppets. The puppets, however, dispersed simultaneously. The other 8 armies pressed in close. No matter how he escaped, the 9 groups all maintained a suitable distance. Whichever way he fled, the army there would disperse and the others would close in. As such, Luo Feng was trapped. Bastard. This too vulgar. Luo Feng was worried. The distance between him and the armies allowed them to hit him over and over. He actually consecutively blocked 20 of my energy attacks. Every one of them is akin to full blast from a pinnacle official, Ci Wei Ka, who was controlling the puppets from a distance, was stunned. This human sector lord sure isn't ordinary. The shield he uses to deflect my attacks is completely undamaged. It even disperses a large amount of the force. Hee. Begin the 3 army combined attacks, Ci Wei Ka ordered casually. When the 9 armies began surrounding Luo Feng, they attacked in turns one by one. Luo Feng was unable to escape and was trapped. After withstanding 20 attacks, the 9 armies began to combine 3 armies together and attack. The force of the attack was too huge, actually. This was probably the limit of the 9 armies. After all, they were all in different positions. They could only at most gather 3 armies to attack at once. However, Luo Feng once again withstood the attacks. Trigger the energy. Flame simulation, trap formation, Ci Wei Ka ordered again. Even a true pinnacle official would be trapped, much less this punk, to waste so much of my energy. You should be proud. The originally countless dumb automaton puppets instantly lit up with a glaring red light. The powerful energies of the 90 million puppets made Luo Feng's expression change. This what powerful energy. These aren't cheap metal lumps, and their energy cores are very advanced. Just one of them alone would be worth a few hundred mixed elements altogether. This will be at least a few billion mixed elements. Luo Feng was stunned. Passing the Domain Lord Primal Region Sky Mountain before and getting 3 billion points in reward, he had thought was already very impressive. However, the scene before him, 90 million F9 grade puppets, and every one of them was highly advanced. And they were not simply metal lumps, just like back when he was in Taiwan and Poison's team, being attacked by the automaton warrior. Before, the enemy simply used puppets that had simple cores that relied on the Thunder Hell 4 energy. Compared to these 90 million, they were pitiful. Spending billions of mixed elements so easily. Luo Feng was stunned. He understood too, since he's poured so much wealth into it. These 9 armies definitely have more than simple combined attacks. Weng. 900 puppets burned with flames on their surface while they gathered as one. All of them brandished the weapons from their back, be it axes, blades, etc. Suddenly one army of the 9 had its puppets all rush straight at Luo Feng with their weapons. The flame energy passed through their blades and swiftly formed a huge red beam of light, rushing at Luo Feng. A million red lights gathered as one, shooting from all directions. It formed A net-like structure, stretching around Luo Feng. Terrifying, Luo Feng shuddered within, clearly feeling the countless red light net surrounding him. He couldn't match its strength. If he fought back, he would be trapped and wouldn't be able to escape. This was what he felt. Rumble. Luo Feng vanished. Howl! A huge silver-winged beast appeared in mid-air, a terrifying pressure emanating throughout. This scene caused the distant Cai Wei Ka to change his expression. Silver Wing Emperor, this human sector lord is actually a puppet controlled by the Silver Wing Emperor, or is this emperor his guardian? Over the 3 years since the golden-horned beast created a name for itself as the silver-winged emperor, it became quite a renowned being on the main continent. The automaton youth Cai Wei Ka frowned. A human who is able to withstand the attacks of my armies. He's definitely an absolute genius, and is not one to become another soul puppet. There's a higher possibility of this silver-winged emperor being his bodyguard. This human's background must be huge. Indeed. His teacher had given him the beast god armament and the Sha Wu wings. Even the cheaper beast god armament was a weapon the knights used. It was still extremely pricey, much less the Sha Wu wings. A trillion races in the universe. The only other person who knew of the wonders of this item other than the user, Luo Feng, was the primal Chaos City leader himself. Such a treasure, if its power was divulged, it was enough to make even knights go crazy, for even the entire wealth of a knight wouldn't be able to afford it. Of course, Cai Wei Ka didn't know Luo Feng had such a treasure. He only guessed that with his background, he had many treasures. Such an absolute genius was worth a lot of contribution points. And the treasures he has. Cai Wei Ka gritted his teeth. I'll give it my all. Even if the cost is huge, it'll be worth it. Luo Feng was being cornered too against the 9 million F9 grade puppets. Attacking in formation, it was something the Earth body couldn't hold up against for long, and his other trump card, the bug army, was suppressed too. Even though its attack was extremely powerful, these puppets were F9 grade, and their strongest point was their defense. One attack from the bug army may cause chaos amongst 1 million of the puppets and even problems within 10,000 of their cores. However, there would be little loss of their F9 armors. In comparison, the moment the bug army was attacked by the other 8 armies, the bug army was only Sector Lord Pinnacle. Their defense was not even comparable to a normal Undying. Naturally, they couldn't compare to the defenses of the F9 metal. The losses would be tragic and heavy. The bug clan strength is their powerful attack. 1 million Sector Lord Kings can even heavily damage a Pinnacle Emperor. Against a normal automaton army, its powerful attack can damage their internal cores. However, these F9 grade puppets are advanced both outside and inside. They are all extremely expensive to make. Every one of them costs more than a Sector Lord Pinnacle King. They are extremely sturdy. I'm unable to disrupt their core. From the outside, it would be a tragedy. Luo Feng was very clear on this. Different methods had their pros and cons. Against the 9 armies surrounding him, Luo Feng only had one way out, and that was to let the golden-horned beast appear. He had no other choice. I've been in the Outer Region Wars for over 1,000 years, yet I've never been in such a situation before. Automaton scum cry in despair. Luo Feng raged and rushed into the sky. The golden-horned beast appeared in the air above the vast land with a flap of its wings. It suddenly flashed and dodged the countless red threads. With the help of the Shawu wings, plus its own physical abilities, its speed with strike travel was absurd. Howl. It let out an enraged howl. It flapped its wings and rushed straight towards one of the million-strong F9 puppet army. The army immediately began to flee while the other 8 pushed forward instead, maintaining optimum position to surround and attack the beast. Chi. Leaving behind 3 warps in mid-air, the beast had reached sub-light speed, simultaneously accelerating more, reaching close to light speed. The million F9 puppets' acceleration was much slower, they couldn't even compare to Luo Feng's Earth body's speed. They were only relying on the distance and support from the other armies, reaching sub-light speed before the Earth body could catch up. The golden horned beast, however, was completely different. Strike travel was originally a movement technique for wings. The Shawu wings were adept at fleeing and dodging. Even a pinnacle emperor, without teleportation, wouldn't be able to keep up with the beast. Hua. The million F9 puppets were just accelerating before reaching sub-light speed. The extremely fast golden horned beast had already caught up with a flash of its wings spreading over a 100 kilometers area. It instantly covered the skies. How the beast howled. Its wings acted like blades. It instantly clashed against the fleeing puppets. Just how huge were its wings? A few hundred km in area. Every one of the puppets was only 10 m tall. Even with a million gathered with some distance between them, it would at most spread over 1,000 kilometers. Rumble. The beast rushed past the army. Countless F9 puppets waved their weapons, clashing against the beast's body. However, the weapons were simply knocked away, almost like playthings being thrown about. The most peculiar thing was with the attack of the Shawu wings. Large amounts of the puppets actually lost the ability to move swiftly, falling from the sky. How can this be? These are exceptional grade F-class puppets. Their energy cores are extremely sturdy. How can it lose its mobility after just one clash? One clash can actually make over 10,000 puppets stop moving. Ci Wei Ka watched in disbelief at the scene. The golden horned beast let out an ear-piercing howl and flapped its wings. Luo Feng, who had initially thought it was not bad that one clash allowed him to damage over 100 puppets, was surprised to discover that as long as the Sha Wu wings flashed past the puppets, their F9 bodies may still be undamaged, but their cores would all be destroyed. The reason was that the Sha Wu wing's special space energy, that energy sent out threads of energy into the puppets. Those threads, as long as they touched the F9 puppets, it was over. Regret. Regret with pain for attacking me. The beast let out an excited howl, continuing to flap the Sha Wu wings, rushing over and over against the million strong army. A large amount of them fell from the sky, all losing their mobility while rushing past them. The beast had continuously collected the puppets that had lost their mobility into its world ring. Even though they couldn't move, with repair, they could still be fixed. A plaything worth a few hundred mixed elements each, even a damaged one would be worth tens of mixed elements. In the blink of an eye, the beast had collected hundreds of thousands of F9 puppets. The other puppets all fled madly in all directions. Even the other 8 million began to swiftly flee, flying towards the 9 pyramid ships. Howl. The beast flapped its wings and left 3 more warps in mid-air, rushing to another army. This time, however, he only got few tens of thousands of puppets. The rest had managed to flee. The prerequisite to collecting them in his world ring was that they couldn't resist the moment there was resistance, the collection wouldn't be successful. This was also why the beast could only collect those with damaged cores. Of course, there were methods to forcefully collect them, like its natural ability swallow. Forcefully swallowing them all. That was very dangerous. Those with ability to resist, once that resistance grew too powerful, it may damage and ultimately collapse the beast's internal world. Yet, in the distant space, the automaton youth Ci Wei Ka grit his teeth and smiled coldly in his control room. To take away so many of my puppets, Silver Wing Emperor, Silver Wing Emperor, indeed an emperor undying and is very powerful. However, my property isn't so easy to devour. I will make you spit everything out. 9 Absolute God Country. Activate. He gritted his teeth and ordered. His master was an absolute automaton warrior that had explored the universe for countless years. With him as a ship AI, the master treated him like a true brother and specially built a terrifying automaton weapon for him. Normally, such weapons had incredibly high prerequisites to controlling them. Even the Shawu Wing's first form required Luo Feng to master the first level of the Nanshan 7 forms before he could use it. To make it possible for Ci Wei Ka to use and manipulate the formidable power, his master had spent a lot of money and energy to personally make this 9 Absolute God Country. In mid-air, just where is the enemy hiding, the beast's golden eyes gazed about. The countless F9 automaton puppets had all rushed back into the 9 pyramids. In mid-air, only the 9 pyramid ships floated. The beast couldn't find the true body of the automaton undying. Who? It flapped its wings, rushing at one of the 9 pyramids. This is the first time I've been so pressured in the outer region wars, and am unable to even find the enemy. However, I won't let you go easy. The beast flew towards the pyramid. Wung 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 wung. The 9 pyramids simultaneously shot out glaring purple lights. A blur of purple lights shot out from the bottoms, almost like a special weapon. However, before the beast could see everything clearly, the purple light spread and countless beams shot in all directions, covering everything in light. As they interweaved, parts of them trapped the golden-horned beast. Howl howl, the beast flapped its wings and struggled madly, slashing large amounts of the lights. However, even more appeared. The instant it was trapped, the pyramids had all connected. Rumble. The land and skies changed, everything before them vanished, leaving behind a purple space. The beast had totally been caught in the 9 Absolute God Country. When the golden-horned beast had fallen into the 9 Absolute God Country virtual universe, back Dragon Mountain, 9-star Bei Su Xian was praying for Luo Feng. He has been in the outer region wars for over 1,000 years, and yet I've never seen him leave so hurriedly. Before God, please protect Luo Feng. Every time Luo Feng experienced danger, his family would be most worried. For him, this was also why he hardly ever told them when he was in danger. At the same time, the dark universe, a completely black blade-like ship, was swiftly flying. Your Majesty, we are still a day away from the travel point. Your Majesty, this is our first time to the outer region wars, and we are heading straight to Yanji main continent. There are many powerful warriors there. Your Majesty just became an emperor. You are still a low emperor. There are even pinnacle emperors there. With a cold snort, the 2 underlings shut up. This was a tall black-armored youth. His appearance was like a stone statue. And he was completely hairless. The most eye-catching thing about his look was his eyes. They were like red gems. They gave off a mysterious glow. His entire being emanated a powerful demonic black energy. It was hard for me to get the chance while my relationship with the demon race is good, using their identity to enter the craziest battlefield in the primal universe. Now that I'm here, how can I back down? The black-armored youth said coldly. Yes. Yes, the two official undyings replied respectfully. Humph, relax, I'm after all a low-level emperor. Even if the other races have special techniques, they may be able to defeat me, but it's impossible for them to kill me. The youth shook his head confidently. This is my opportunity to enter the upper echelon of the race. I cannot slack off. The two underlings listened obediently. Yanji main continent. The black-armored youth gazed at the vast dark universe, muttering. When Su Xian was praying for Luo Feng, the mysterious black-armored youth was heading towards Yanji main continent. Luo Feng was trapped in a dangerous predicament. A vast purple space gave off terrifying energy. The 9 pyramids before had shot out large amounts of special weapons that floated in different positions. These special weapons, some were half-meter tall puppets, while another was a 100 m long huge blade, another was a 0.1 m tall, special-shaped puppet. All sorts of shapes and forms scattered in the corners of the purple space, swiftly gathering. The huge energy within the space underwent a huge shocking change. A million special weapons instantly formed 81 fully armored giants. 81 giants, standing in the corners of the purple space, surrounding the golden horned beast. The shortest giant was 8 m, while the tallest was 80 m. This is the beast floated in space. Its dark gold eyes were calmly analyzing the situation. He felt shocked within the countless weapons that gathered earlier. They seemed to be made of G-grade metals. These 81 giants, they use G-grade metals. Even if they aren't pinnacle G-grade, they would still be worth over 10 billion mixed elements. G-grade metal was very expensive. Like the blood shadow blade and 6-edged shield he specially ordered, they were both made of G-grade metals. Emperor-level warriors normally used G-grade metals. After all, F-grade metals couldn't withstand an emperor's battle to actually fight properly at that level. One had to use top-level G-grade metals. Naturally, Luo Feng only bought a blade and shield with his discounts. He only spent about 6 million points. Just a blade and shield was more expensive than the Yunmo planet ship. G-grade was obviously much more expensive than F9 grade metals. Emperor Undyings normally only used G-grade for little items, as they couldn't afford to make a ship out of it. That would be something only the knights and above could afford. These 81 giants before him, even if they were low grade G metals, they'd still be worth over 10 billion mixed elements. This was comparable to an emperor's wealth. Just where is this enemy from? Luo Feng was shocked, smiling coldly within. No matter what, when I kill him, all these will become mine. This is worth much more than accumulating points. Silver Wing Emperor. A booming voice resounded from the tallest purple giant. It spoke common automaton language. The golden horned beast turned to face that purple giant. Compared to the over 100 kilometers long beast, that 80 m tall giant was but a little person. Speak. The beast spoke automaton language. You've collected 530,000 of my puppets. If you return them to me, I'm willing to release you. The purple giant looked up at the huge beast. You should Know that my scanning device's capabilities far exceeds yours. You won't be able to detect me, but I can easily find you. The beast was silent, its dark gold eyes gazing coldly at the giant. My 81 giants, they are my final trump card, the 9 absolute god. Country's 81 gods, the giant continued. Why call them gods? Because within this god country every one of them has low-level emperor strength, and this is individually. If I unleash my techniques within here, even if you were an emperor with an undying body, you'd still be heavily injured. You'd lose part of your undying body, and it would take millions to tens of millions of years to recover. If we fight it out, it's not worth it. As long as you return the puppets, I will release you from the 9 absolute god country and let you leave safely, the purple giant said. The beast stared at the 81 giants. Gods. Low emperor level strength. Whether we have a truce or fight it out, it's up to you, Silver Wing Emperor, the giant said. In the distant control room, the automaton youth, Ci Wei Ka, revealed a demonic smile. Stupid punk, when you return the puppets to me, I'll teach you a good lesson while destroying your body. I'll break your world ring and chase that human sector lord out. Getting his treasures is my goal. However, the 530,000 puppets are top-class puppets. I spent 800 million indigo gems. It would take over 10 million indigo gems to repair them as well. After all, they are slightly damaged. Their core body should still be okay. These top-level puppets in the hands of a beast, it's an absolute waste. Indigo gems were the highest currency of the automaton race compared to the human currency. 2 indigo gems were about the price of 1 mixed element. Naturally, as the enemy was from another race, each currency couldn't work with each other. Some warriors may barter in private 2 indigo gems for 1 mixed element. This was just a rough estimate of the amount when they truly bartered. Naturally, many other factors were involved. The beast observed. This 9 absolute god country was not a true god country. It was only in name, and its core was still the 9 floating pyramids. Hell, the beast roared, and the 81 automaton gods moved to surround it. Big trouble. Every one of them had low emperor level strength, with 81 of them pressuring him. It was akin to a pinnacle emperor. What's more, would they not have special abilities hidden? The controller had even said there were special techniques he could use. Fight or truce? The largest god looked at the golden-horned beast. Automaton undying, do you think I'll be as stupid as you? The beast let out a roar. Your answer has disappointed me. So enjoy the 9 absolute god country. You are the first one to make me use this. You should feel honored. The purple giant spoke. As it finished speaking, the 81 gods immediately gave off terrifying energies, each becoming beams of light and shooting at the beast from all directions. The beast looked up and held Hua. Flapping the Shawu wings, it left 3 warps in space and instantly dodged the 12 gods attacking it, rushing straight to the corner of the god country. Automaton idiot, do you really think I will clash head-on with them? Would I be that stupid to fight against G-grade metal gods? My advantage is my speed. Even a pinnacle emperor, without teleportation, will never match the golden horned beast. While chatting with the automaton undying earlier, Luo Feng had devised a plan. Dodge, dodge, and keep dodging. The 81 gods were obviously clumsy and stupid, and were unable to surround the nimble beast. Let's first tear apart this god country. The beast unleashed its wings, and flew to the side of the god country. Immediately unleashing Moon Policy's first form, its wings acted like blades and slashed through anything in its path. The space itself was torn apart and a silver flash slashed at the sides of the purple space. God country trap, the distant Ci Wei-Ka muttered softly, mocking, "This is a powerful weapon the master created. You can dream on about destroying that easily." Within the God country, as the beast slashed at the sides, large amounts of purple thread shot out. Suddenly within the space, countless threads wrapped about at close distance. Even the beast couldn't avoid them. How the beast howled and struggled. The Shawu wings flapped and slashed large amounts of the threads. It just began to flee when more threads appeared. God country tear, Ci Wei-Ka muttered, controlling the 81 gods. Within the 9 absolute God country, the 81 gods waved their arms like blades, even though it seemed like a simple slash, with 81 slashes ripping through the space itself and rushing at the beast. While in flight, the 81 slashes began to meld together, forming one huge blurry blade. Also, endless amounts of purple energy poured into the slash from the space itself, causing it to get clearer. Finally, it formed a 300 long true blade slash. As it flew, very thin tears appeared in the space itself. "What is this?" the golden-horned beast was feeling rage and helpless against the countless purple threads. However, after seeing that 300 normal-looking blade fly at it, its eyes revealed a look of seriousness. It quickly closed its wings and wrapped itself within. A seemingly normal huge blade slashed through space, and in the blink of an eye, it hit the silver wings. The golden-horned beast, which was wrapped within, was like a silver egg. The wings had completely protected the beast well, not leaving a single slit. Rumble. The beast was knocked back, far away. The large amounts of purple threads holding on to the beast had to be let go too, some of them broken from the powerful force. The beast became a beam of light as it flew backwards. After flying back hundreds of thousands of km, only then did it open its wings. Its mouth had a hint of trickling golden blood, and its dark eyes gleaming with madness. The wings had diffused over 90 of the force, with the general armor diffusing another 90 of the leftover force through these two, weakening the attack greatly. The remaining force was but 1,000th of the original. Even so, it still hurt the beast. Howl, the beast flapped its wings. It warped in mid-air and swiftly rushed at the closest god. It was obvious that they were strongest when attacking together. As long as it could catch on to one beast, it would be much safer. Chi-Chi, countless purple threads once again rushed around the beast, beginning to trap it. These purple threads again. Bastard, Luo Feng raged within. The beast struggled madly, causing large amounts of the threads to break. However, more were produced, causing the beast to once again fall into the same trap, unable to break free. Howlett struggled and raged. To actually be able to withstand my absolute 9 god country attack and not be torn apart, I respect your strength. The tallest god of the 81 god suddenly brandished a blade bigger than itself, roaring, "Then receive my second attack." Wang. The other 80 of them all extended one finger and shot out a thin purple light. Though they were thin, they were extremely condensed. These 80 purple lights all shot into the blade. The tallest god simultaneously threw out the huge blade, which was infused with the space and fire laws. It made the huge blade tear a big hole in space itself. It instantly flew straight at the beast at a terrifying speed. The beast naturally closed itself in its wings again, and was forcefully knocked back again. His body is still okay, then take my third attack. I don't believe you can take it, the tallest god roared. Each attack was stronger than the previous. This third attack was almost like a solid hammer, clashing into the protected beast's wings. Chi. The beast was so shaken that blood flew out of its eyes, nose, and ears. It even spit out gold blood. As it was knocked back, countless purple threads came to bind it again, causing it to get extremely enraged. The youth Ci Wei Ka, controlling this battle from afar, slapped his alloy chair, breaking it apart. 3 consecutive attacks didn't destroy its body. This god country is something my master personally created, and its 3 attacks are all considered to be at pinnacle emperor level. Even though one would have an undying body, his body would still be destroyed before reforming. Why isn't his body breaking apart? As long as I can destroy his body, its world ring will appear. I'll use the god country to instantly grab the world ring and cause instability in the ring to make it collapse. Once the human sector lord appears, I'll be able to capture my target. However, why am I unable to destroy its body? This is the 9 absolute god country. It was something the master built for me out of the relationship we've had. Over the countless years, he spent a huge amount on it to improve my strength and weaponry, and normal emperor's wealth cannot even afford it. Even though it cannot kill a pinnacle emperor, destroying his body should be easy. However, he couldn't believe the scene before him. 9 absolute god country, he naturally wouldn't suspect. A pinnacle emperor was very powerful. Even after destroying his body, he could easily reform without any damage, hence killing him was very hard. Ci Wei Ka didn't even think of killing the silver-winged emperor. He didn't have the confidence to do so either. He simply wanted to destroy his body once, using the chance to get the sector lord and automaton methods to cause the world to crumble. I don't believe this. He gritted his teeth. Not being able to kill you is one thing, but I cannot even destroy your body. The master's 9 absolute god country cannot be that weak. Break. Ci Wei Ka raged. His god country once again began a more terrifying attack. 4th attack. 5th attack. 6th attack. The 81 gods that were all low emperors used the purple space's help to unleash terrifying attacks over and over. God country grinding will. Ci Wei Ka gritted his teeth and unleashed the 9th attack of the god country, the strongest one he had. The 81 gods' eyes all lit up, light gathering within their weapons as they all flew out of their hands and gathered in mid-air among the 81 lit-up weapons. The big ones were like 100 blades, while the small ones not even half a meter in length. They formed a peculiar grinding wheel weapon with sharp edges on the side. Ge. The wheel spun and countless purple light threads melded into it. It acted like a purple space core. Hula. It rushed straight at the beast. The 2 bottom and upper layers of the wheel interweaved. Ge. Even space was ripped apart into countless shreds when the wheel hit the golden horned beast. It began to madly grind at it. The Sha Wu wings were clashing hard against the mad grinding. Although the golden horned beast's body was reduced to powder, the outer layer of wings, however, was undamaged. Howl. The beast let out a howl of pain. Automaton idiot, stupid punk, what other methods do you have? The beast let out an enraged howl. Can you only rely on these purple threads to bind me? The grinding wheel swiftly flew back, returning the 81 weapons to the gods. The 81 gods looked at the distant golden-horned beast, not know what to do. The 9 absolute god country was actually unable to destroy its body. The distant Ciwei Ka was angry and worried this 9th attack was the strongest attack the god country could do, unless Ciwei Ka was willing to pay a bigger price to unleash its final attack. That move would damage even a pinnacle emperor, destroying part of his undying body. He then would require tens of millions of years to recover. Using that move once costs 1 billion indigo gems. Is it worth it? Ciwei Ka hesitated. 1 billion indigo gems, this was huge sum for even an emperor. One couldn't bear to use this much on just one battle. Many emperors would rather sacrifice 5 of their undying bodies and not lose such a sum. Is it worth it? While Ciwei Ka was hesitating, the golden-horned beast that had taken 9 attacks finally exploded. 81 gods. Humph, after the 9 consecutive attacks, his energy should be depleted. They would take a while for the energy to replenish to attack again. The beast glanced at the distant 81 gods while unleashing their 9th attack. Their energies had already reached extremely low levels at this time. Countless amounts of energy was pouring into them from the space about. The beast's eyes gleamed with madness. My chance has come. Alina. Master. Command 1 million tiger-armored kings to do a combined attack, the strongest attack, and break through this purple space. This is a space formed by those 9 pyramids. Just choose one and attack it. Luo Feng ordered his bug queen Alina within his internal world. Yes, master, Alina said respectfully. Rumble. Large amounts of countless bugs appeared around the golden-horned beast. Every tiger-armored king was about 26 m tall, and they were covered in a thick armor. Their dark red, malevolent bodies gave off terrifying energy. A blur of 1 million armored tiger kings appeared, and all of them were exactly alike. In the core of the bug army was a 1 kilometer in diameter bug clan mother nest. Wang. The million tiger-armored kings extended their claws, a glaring light gathering at the tip of their claws. The million soldiers seemed to be linked by their souls. In truth, they were all being controlled by one queen, simultaneously controlling 1 million bugs. Even though it couldn't do a law-infused attack, it could still do a precision attack. Bug clan, it's the bug clan. 1 million sector lord bugs, and tiger-armored kings. Quick, break! The distant Ciwei Ka was immediately at a loss. One combined attack by 1 million kings, that was extremely terrifying. A combined attack by 1 million normal sector lord bugs could heavily injure a pinnacle emperor. Naturally it had to hit first. The emperors weren't stupid, they could all dodge and flee. Hence, normally the million-strong army was good as a threat, and was useful in an army battle. However, against an emperor, it was too hard to hit. However, no one could deny its power. And the million kings, compared to the million normal sector lords, the power was much more powerful by at least tens of times. Even a pinnacle emperor would probably lose 5,100 of his undying body, meaning there was a possibility of a pinnacle emperor falling. This was the power of 1 million bug kings. Of course, the requirement was it had to hit